successfully gotten through that conversation.
Yeah.
I am going to go to the bathroom, but when I come back, we can start with somebody else's downtime and side plot. Because that is the end of Remiels. Congratulations!
Yay!
Alright, be back in a minute, y'all.
Cox got everyone else who's going next.
Alright, we are back. Welcome back to Shadowbrooke. We have just finished with the side plot of one Remiel Testament Larathan, but now it is time for one of our boy Nothis. Hey Nothis!
Hey.
My question is, what are you doing with your downtime, man?
He wants to make some crafts. Is there anywhere we can purchase like some bolt cloth and sewing supplies around here?
Yeah, there's a nondescript general store. Or
Now let's
or,
go,
or
Michael.
there is also the Drider's Web Tailor.
Let me see how much money Novice has. He spends everything so fast. Let's hit that general store maybe.
Alrighty. You swing by the general store, and the prices there are pretty solid. They don't come with the service of tailoring anything for you, of course, but you still, can buy shit.
Okay.
Let's see here. So you are looking for twine and cloth?
Yeah, he's looking for some sewing supplies and he wants like a green bolt of cloth.
All right. In that case, you are going to be looking for. Let me see here. I know it's here somewhere. It is going to be 6 gold total.
Okay.
You are rung up, which just means that the gnome shopkeeper just literally makes a little ding noise, and you just have a bill of 6 gold.
Cool. Okay. With this, he's going to try to sew for the first time in a very long time. He is making a stuffed animal.
Aw, that's cute.
It is. It's going to be the god names. It's going to be Lucia's closet.
Bagul.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Do I need to for this?
Yes, you absolutely do. It is going to be a dexterity check, no proficiency added,
Oh boy.
because you're a little rusty. You put together a pretty serviceable little plush toy of Bagul. I'm questioning what do you stuff it with?
Oh god. He didn't buy stuffing.
I mean,
He
it's just like cotton and shit. You can find it without too much issue. I'm not gonna make you pay for it.
feel like he's just gonna wander around any nice restaurants he's going to recently and just pick up some cloth napkins from those fancy dining places, and they're just
Oh my god.
there now.
Yeah, you dumpster dive for a little while. That's what you do.
Yeah.
After some dumpster diving and after some tailoring, you create a pretty solid little Bagul plushie, which doesn't quite convey the full like horror of this little demon's face, but it's kind of cute. And the only thing that is going through my mind right now is no, don't turn me into a marketable plushie, no!
Turns you into plushie.
Being a plushie is fine, actually.
Anyway, my question is, why?
Um, well, Lucia had a really time. Like she had a really time. She had a really, but she did. She did. She really had a time. So if there's one thing Nothus understands, it's A, being afraid, and B, wanting revenge desperately. So he's gonna write her a letter and just kind of drop it off because otherwise that's too much. But
Aw.
yeah, so
Hey, this is kind of
Hey.
weird, but here, have this. Love
Yeah.
this.
You've gone through some stuff, but your revenge plot does not have to be done alone.
Speaking of revenge plots, so how is not this doing with the whole Prince of Autumn stuff recently?
Actually, that's the other thing I wanted him to do now. Is there anybody he would know to turn to look up some planar fuckery magic wise?
Planar fuckery may be the domain of a wizard, and there is one wizard that you do know of. He's a little dwarven grandpa who sits in a chair all day and falls asleep constantly.
Oh, yeah.
There is Balbus back at the Wormcrusher Adventurers Guild, and he just hangs around there like all the time.
I think it's time that Nothus goes and pays a visit to Belvis.
Fuck yeah! Alrighty, let me just find his thing here. Yes, here it is. So you head into the Wormcrusher Adventurers Guild, and you manage to find Balbus during one of the relatively few times that you guys have seen him just hanging around, but also awake at the same time. He is currently looking through this big old book of various arcane formulae that, I mean, Malthus has some understanding of, because he does have, a bit of a background in magic, but he's a warlock, not a wizard.
He has not touched a book since he signed that deal.
Yeah. So how does Nothus approach him? Oh, approaching me.
Honestly, Belvis makes Nothus just a little bit nervous. Because, damn, this grandpa knows things. It's a little weird, but just kind of goes up to him and asks what he's reading.
Oh, this is a bit of an interesting read. It details the creation and maintenance of stone golems.
Wow. Do you have any books that you have read on magic planes?
When you refer to magic planes, are you referring to the astral plane?
Yeah. Give me the basics of that if you have time.
Well, that is quite something to be asked. The astral plane is a coterminous plane with the prime material. Okay. Do you know what the prime material is, my boy?
I did, and that's here. Yeah.
Right. The prime material.
Nothing like a silent gesture in the air. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry, I totally did not hear what you just said.
All right. Well, do you know what coterminus means?
Whoa. No.
Coterminus means that the astral plane wraps over the prime material plane. It is a one-to-one representation of it. And it is something of a strange thing to say, given the plane mechanics, but it is... It takes up the same space in terms of the planar model. It is essentially the source of all terrestrial magic. Occasionally, a wizard will take a little jaunt on over to the other side and end up over there for the purposes of the old Misty Step spell. I know that you can send some items over there through a number of spells. Leoman's tiny chest, I believe, is one of the main ones for that. By manipulating it and, using it for the transmission of magical energy, most clerics and wizards use it for long-range based spell casting as well. The sending spell, in particular. Am I going too fast, sir?
No, continue.
Well, so the astral plane is a one-to-one representation of the prime material, as I mentioned, but it is also connected to what's called the astral sea. The astral sea is the undifferentiated, I don't wish to call it chaos, but extra building blocks of reality that just sort of float around out between the planes. In all of that, there is plenty of open space, and if you've ever seen the spell Demi-Plane cast, that is where it opens up to. It creates a temporary plane out somewhere in the astral sea and gives you a portal directly to it.
How about the Feywild? How does that... Is that... Where is that?
Oh, the Feywild? Well, that is something of an interesting question. Do you want the simplified explanation or the more complex explanation?
Well, I would like the simple explanation, but I think I need to know as much as I can here.
Oh, well. In that case, I shall start small and work my way up. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Okay, so the Feywild is... Picture the prime material plane as the ground floor of a building. And going up brings you closer to the upper planes, such as Mount Celestia, the afterlife for the morally upright sort, and the way down to the basement is pointed towards the Nine Hells, Pandemonium, Formless Chaos, those sorts of places. And closer to us in this great cosmology, further in from the more esoteric outer planes, there are the elemental planes: fire, stone, wind, such and so on. There are the quasi and pseudo-elemental planes? I believe it's pseudo. Which are the border areas between the various elemental planes, such as the elemental plane of dust between wind and earth. And then, even further in from that, there are the positive energy plane and the negative energy plane. The positive energy plane is where the source of all healing magic comes from, and the negative energy plane is where the opposite comes from. For spells like, I believe it's inflict wounds, it generally is sourced directly from the negative energy plane. Then, just a little bit further in from those, there is the Feywild and the Shadowfell. The Feywild is another coterminous plane with the Prime Material, though it is a bit farther away than the Astral. What it means when it says the Feywild is coterminous means that when you enter the Feywild from a certain point in, our realm, there is a one-to-one representation of that distance plotted out in the Feywild. So if you use the same gate into the Feywild, you will always end up in the same spot. Generally, there is a slight influence on the Feywild of the area around where it is in the Prime Material, but that is a bit difficult to see given that the Feywild is far more lush with vegetation and whatever fairy shenanigans might be going on over there. And likewise, there is the Shadowfell, which is the essential same, but it is aligned far more with the, negative energy plane. So, if you are thinking of the Prime Material as the ground floor of a building, the Feywild would be the second floor and up, and the Shadowfell would be the basement. Have I lost you?
Only a little. How do they get here?
Oh, well, that's a very good question. The Fae generally arrive here through a number of fairy circles and the like, but in some relatively uncommon cases, areas in the physical plane, the Prime Material, can be aspected towards the positive or negative energy planes. Consider it, if it is the ground floor, a change in elevation without going quite to the next floor. In those areas, it can be almost possible for Fae to walk over to our side, much like in areas where the Shadowfell is stronger. There have been reports of various horrible things coming out from there. So there is that, there is fairy rings, and there are, of course, the occasional more permanent gates, either opened by powerful mortal wizards or archfey, which can transmit a significantly larger amount of people and material through to the Feywild or vice versa.
Can they get to other planes from the Feywild without passing through the prime material?
Technically, but the ways that I mentioned, only the gates and magic would work in that circumstance. So you could technically open a gate to, say, Gehenna from the Feywild, and that would work perfectly fine. Though I don't imagine the populace would be particularly happy with you. And likewise, you could portal into the Feywild from anywhere else, but the coterminous relationship with the prime material means that it has a rather unique ability to walk from one plane to another, either with the assistance of fairy rings and their magic, or through the natural changes in planar elevation.
You know so much.
I make it my job to know quite a bit. And he seems very proud of that.
Thank you. I have one definitely not concerning question for you.
I have one very definitely not concerning answer.
You're pretty cool, Bulbous. If you trapped an archfey anywhere, where would you send it so it couldn't come back?
I feel it's somewhat necessary to caution you against trying to plane shift an archfey.
Noted.
But, generally, such beings are powerful enough to plane shift of their own accord. It would technically be possible to send them somewhere so inhospitable that they would be very hard pressed to, well, return whole. But generally, such beings are very, very resilient against such things. The negative energy plane would technically be a possible destination, given that it is the well of all darkness and negative emotions. It is quite literally anathema to the fabric of the Fae. But it would be exceptionally difficult to try and plane shift an archfey anywhere near there. I'm not entirely sure of the, actual mechanics behind doing such a thing, but I don't imagine it would be very easy.
Okay. Well, I know more now than I did before I talked to you, so Thanks for now, Balbus.
I don't actually know your name, but I am always happy to help another seeker of knowledge. Do have a good day, and don't try to get into a tiff with an archfey.
Oh, well, that ship's sailed, my man. But I do have this tiger poster. This won't do anything against the Fae.
No, it really won't.
You can look at it if you would like. It's my most prized possession for helping me. Would you like to see it? He's pulling it out already. Balbus does not have a choice.
Balbus looks extremely concerned. Candidly, I'm not entirely sure if I should have told you all that, given that you appear to be acting like a madman.
No, this is my thanks to you. Yeah, okay. And he rolls up his poster and leaves.
Good day!
Thank you!
And you just leave. You pass by Kalina on your way out, and she just gives you a little wave. Goodbye, Kalina.
Bye, Kalina.
Congratulations, you have successfully gotten information about the planar system.
Hell yeah.
Do you have anything else you want to do with your downtime?
Nah, not really. I got those two things done.
I have a feeling you already know what's gonna come next.
Oh.
This time, like, there's not this gentle fade in when you start trancing for the night. You just kind of abruptly in the kind of court of the Prince of Autumn. There's his big ass throne, the trellises that make up the back of it, the hard, stiff vines there. And, of course, there is the Archfey himself. Okay. Not this. Note this. I find it very, very interesting that you thought it was a good idea to go and ask about how you could permanently banish me from the Feywild while I was listening.
Not everything is about you.
Oh,
I
yes,
may
because
have.
I'm sure that you're fighting with so many other Archfey right now.
I might be.
How are you dueling with Mantians?
If I knew their name, it would be really impressive.
That would be very impressive if you knew Mantian's full name.
Well, even if it was you, you're not excited for your little vacation?
Note this. You do realize that's not a vacation, and that you continue to make things worse for yourself, right? You do know that. Like, you made me lose a bet, and now you're doing this.
Well,
You are about
as I
1,000.
It might be someone else.
Oh, really? Really? Do tell.
You can't.
No, you can't?
It's one of the Fey rules. Yeah.
Is one of the Fey rules?
It's one of the Fey rules. Yeah. You didn't make all of the rules, did you? Did you?
I'm afraid I can't tell you know this.
Is that one of your rules?
What part of I can't tell you don't you understand? Anyway,
Well,
but yeah, you know that little oh, well, what's his name that you've come up with him? The ink blot, the little annoyance. He does
then
still report back to me, you know.
we're buddies
Oh, he's
now.
been telling me quite a bit about how you want to go on this marvelous adventure with him, Novus. And I have to say, it is stirring stuff. So, the fact that you've just sort of left him by the wayside and haven't really had him by your side most of the time, I feel like it's a bit telling, don't you think?
No, he's hanging out more than he was,
He still
but
comes back every now and again.
he shouldn't. That's okay. We'll fix that. You gave him to me, and I will take care of him. You won't see him. Well, you you hopefully won't see him.
The Prince of Autumn is just fucking sitting there, like steepling his fingers together and leaning towards you. No, go on. Go on. I want to hear it.
Can anyone help babysit him? Well, does it have to be me?
Can anyone else do what for him?
Babysit.
Babysit him. Oh, well, I suppose it is technically possible, but none of them have a magical link towards him, and none of them would really have the ability to keep him stuck to this plane. So it's anyone's guess.
How does he get back to you?
You think I know? Oh, that's very quaint. Anyway, so, aside from the fact that you've been, openly plotting against me, and the fact that you're doing so badly, I want to ask, how's it going? How's it going down there? I heard you got into something of a bit of trouble.
You really wanted someone to do their tasks for you? Maybe you could, I don't know, heal me once, ever. Right?
Ooh, not really my portfolio, I'm sorry.
Oh.
You know how it is. I'm very sure that old fart who you used to be into, I'm pretty sure he would be able to heal you. Well, what was his name?
Don't.
Noralis Analor? Is that right, Novus? Oh, it sure would be so much easier and, well, healthier for you if you had, just sort of stayed in his service, don't you think?
Okay, it's Eldred's last hours.
I would like you to roll me 2 shots then.
Guys watching gonna freaking die.
Nothus, you just sort of like raise a hand, and I'm guessing that you don't even like say anything. You just start blasting.
Yeah.
The bolts, the like green red coruscating bolts that you usually fire, They soar towards him at a record pace, and then they abruptly stop in midair and immediately turn back to face you before just sort of blasting into either shoulder. Okay. 1. My magic, my rules. 2. You try to raise a finger against me again, and I'm going to dust you so hard, there won't be a feather duster on the prime material capable of cleaning your ass up.
Did you call me in here for anything, or just to
I
gloat?
wanted to get to know how you were doing. Is that so fucking difficult? I was asking, oh, hey, you had some issues recently, didn't you? You went through this big adventure where you took on this necromancer, you did some investigative work. Oh, it was very stirring. And then you tried to ask how you could send me on a permanent vacation to the negative energy plane. And you have the gall to pull out my own magic against me, knowing full well that I'm just going to turn it right back around at you.
I had to try something.
I have to be emphatic about the fact that you do not.
Hey, that guy we fought, though.
Yeah, I was asking about him. How did that go?
Well, the other guy that you were worried about having those things that we're out here for, he's got one of them.
Oh, yes, the artifacts, right?
Yeah.
The Prince of Autumn kind of like reaches to the side over the edge of his chair, plucks a cluster of grapes from the trellises hanging behind him, and just squeezes them in his hand. And when he releases, there is a bottle of wine there, and he just sort of like casually tilts it up towards the mote of light that is his head. Well, so you did technically allow the artifact into this man's hands, though you didn't know it at the time, so, well, quid pro quo. But apparently one of your little friends there did get it back, or did get something back at least. Is that right?
I was just wondering if he's in league with your guy?
Oh. He sets down the bottle of wine on the arm of his throne. I'm sorry, my guy?
Your guy.
My guy. The clown?
I have his nose?
Oh. No, that's not my guy.
Not your guy.
No. I can appreciate the style, but it's a bit too grisly for me.
Well, are they buddies?
Are they buddies? Maybe. You think I keep track of all the interpersonal strife between various enemies? Seriously, Notice, who do you think I am?
Someone who drinks wine not aged a day and keeps way too many tabs on. There's gotta be more than just me.
Oh, there is. But, well, when you are a godlike fey being, you learn to multitask. You're just the one that I have in my court today.
Thanks for the annual checkup, I guess.
Oh, no problem, Nothis. I'm always happy to get you back here, see how you're doing. Remind you of your insignificance and the fact that someday you will, in fact. Oh, I'm sure you'll get out of this contract at some point.
Me too.
Well, with that noted, there was one other thing I wanted to ask. So I only got like bits and pieces of what was going on down there, but that thing that your necromancer friend summoned, what did it look like?
Bad.
What?
Um,
No, really. Oh, the necromancer summoned something that looked bad. They're not exactly aesthetic paragons, Nothis.
Flesh?
Okay, so we got flesh.
Yeah, there was
Was it just flesh?
hooks? Flesh?
Okay, so flesh hooks. Well, did he summon anything else? Any other strange creatures? Anything like that?
Ooh, like these little razor floaty orb things. They were gross.
Little razor floaty orb things that are.
Listen, if you
gross.
read the description, ask Benry yourself.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine, Nothis. Thank you for letting me know.
Not this. And
Nothis.
sure. Prince
Anyhow.
You can return to whatever drudgery you have going on in your day-to-day life. I will be right here. Ideally, talking to someone who isn't you. Ta-ta. And you are very abruptly shunted out of this dream state. Your trance hasn't passed an hour. It's just uncomfortable now.
Yeah, I feel like every time Nothis gets out of one of his Prince of Autumn trances, he just walks, like, exits any building he's in and just paces for the next until sunrise.
God bless him. I gotta say, it was really ballsy to try and throw Eldritch Blast at your own patron.
Listen, he deserved it.
So,
Today is a day for saying, I'm just gonna fight my gods today.
Yeah.
Apparently everyone's like, hey, I'm gonna throw hands with God. Okay, so there is a group of 4 people that still have not gone yet, and I want to know, who is it going to be?
I'll go.
Alicia?
Yes.
Hell yeah, what's up? You appear to have knocked out for a little while there.
This is what I get for having a normal sleep schedule for once and taking my meds super late.
It's something like a normal sleep schedule, yeah. Anyway.
Also, by the way, before you start Alicia's things, reminder that Molly did kick down Alicia's dad's door, told him to go see Lucia, and fucked off.
Yeah, I know, hon. The first thing that I want to cover for Lucia's thing is outside of Lucia's door, because she has to leave there at some point. Outside of Lucia's door, there is a tiny little plush toy of Bagul. It's a bit crude, but it's still recognizable as your little closet friend. And there is a note attached to it saying, "Hey, this would be a little awkward in person, but you've kind of been going through a lot, so I made you this. Thanks, Nothis."
She kind of just like opens. She opens the door. Maybe to get something to eat, and she kind of just sees it there. And so she like looks around first before she picks it up and takes it back into her room. So she give it to Bagul.
You give it to Bagul, who is like just poking his head out of your bag, and like he kind of nudges the flap of your satchel out of the way with his horns, looks at it with his weird little bug eyes.
He's making some biscuits.
And one bony little claw points out of the satchel right at the plush toy. Me.
Yeah, buddy, it's you. And she kind of like
There is a pause where it just
hovers the plushie over him.
There's a pause where he just continues staring at it for a second, and then his other hand comes out as well, and he just makes grabby hands for it.
She lets him have it.
He does indeed just like grab it out of your hands the moment it's close enough and pull it back into the satchel. It's a bit difficult to see because he is at least partially obscured by the leather of your bag, but it seems like he's doing that thing that cats do, where they kind of like clutch prey in their claws and then use their back legs to just sort of try and maul it.
Yeah.
But thankfully his foot talons aren't like shredding it too badly. It's definitely going to come away with some loved on tears, but he seems to enjoy it.
Trash kid.
He really is just a really disgusting cat.
He's a hairless baby.
So yeah, you were given that little plush toy. I imagine that probably made Lucia feel a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to ask, what is Lucia doing during her downtime?
She's gonna go back to Bavana's shop.
Oh, back to Ryder's Web.
Yes, and by go back, I mean sneak out back.
Ah, so in the middle of the night.
Yes.
All right. So during your downtime, you pick a moment when everyone else seems to be pretty sound asleep. Nothis has already left for the night. He has gone on a walk around town. And everyone else is sound asleep.
May make a roll for stealth.
What was that?
May make a roll for stealth.
Yeah,
just to see if she gets caught or not.
Sure. Yeah, you're fairly stealthy.
Yeah.
Oswald, if he's like sleeping with one eye open, might catch like just kind of a cocked ear.
Just in case there's a raccoon standing at the end of the hallway.
Come again?
Big ass eyes. I said just in case there's a raccoon with big ass eyes standing at the end of the hallway. Molly, I'm looking at you.
Hold on, where's the game? Hold on, let me get the game.
So
no, it's just the one where the raccoon's just standing up. You're there! Yeah, there!
Yeah. Okay, so AJ.
What's up?
So you said that Oswald would absolutely be just sort of sleeping with one eye open. How does
Oh,
he
yeah.
react to hearing Lucia just sort of creeping down the hall outside of his door?
Well, I don't think there's any kind of like immediate panic in regards to like himself, like, oh, something is coming for me. I think it's just kind of like, what the fuck is that?
Just people are supposed to be
Definitely
asleep.
alert. Yeah, somebody should be asleep. I like the idea that he probably I wouldn't say like follow or anything, but like kind of look to see like what the hell is that? Like try not to be obvious though. It's Lucia, like, huh. He might actually follow, to be honest, but you know. I don't know. That's kind of up to Alicia. I kind of want Alicia to have her time.
I mean, I don't mind.
All right, you
I'm
want
like-
to try to sneak after her?
Yeah, sure.
All right,
Should I roll?
in that case, roll me stealth.
All right, Yum.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
Yum.
Did he just instant transmission over there?
Yeah, apparently.
No kid.
Yeah, you creep after her fucking incredibly well. Just no problems whatsoever. Lucia heads down the stairs, out past the deserted front desk of the Heaven's Flame Tavern. She heads into the streets of Shadowbrooke and takes a turn into the marketplace, where finally, after a about 5-minute walk or so, she comes to the Drider's Web Tailor, one of the only real establishments in town that still has like a candle lit in the window. And hey, my dude AJ, I would like you to make me a perception check.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Dude?
Jesus.
So you have been following along with Lucia, just kind of creeping after her. And when she comes up to the Drider's Web Tailor, you take a closer look, and just along the door frame, with your fucking eagle eyes, you can spot some really familiar sigils. Namely, they are sigils in thieves' cant.
Yeah.
They are saying, this is a safe place for thieves to meet up, and this is the location of a safe house.
Oh.
Lucia, I imagine you just sort of like head on in.
Yeah.
You head inside, and your entrance jingles the little bell over the front door. And
Hello?
come again?
No, she's just kind of like, hello?
You hear a little rustle in the back of the pretty dimly lit room. There are lines and lines of various suits and dresses that have been put on display. But soon enough, let me find it here. Let me find it. Soon enough, a familiar, extremely red person kind of pokes her head out from around one of the clothes racks. It is Bhavana, and her immediate response to seeing you is, "Hey, dude, I thought you were going to come back like a week ago."
Yeah, well, turns out we kinda got caught up with something.
Oh, what?
It's a long story. That's spooky shit.
Oh, spooky shit. Damn. Okay. Well, either way. So, did you like think on the, proposal, or like what do you think? It's cool, right?
Yeah. Also, I need help with something.
Oh, what's up?
I want to learn more magic.
Like, what kind of magic? Like, fireball magic? Or like cleric magic? Help me out here, man.
Trying to check and see. Hold on. She doesn't have it yet. Where her main power. Hello, Pavana. Her main power before was just randomized magic, I think.
Yes, it will still be randomized magic, and you can roll on that table if you'd like.
Yes.
Alright, in that case, roll me 3d6.
I just. She's just kind of like looking at her own hands, and she's like, I don't know. I just want to be able to control my powers better. It doesn't really matter to me what I get. It's just. Ooh.
Okay, so you got 4, 2, and 6. You get Message, which I believe you had last time. You get Charm Person, and you get Spider Claw.
Ha!
What are you doing with that?
She kind of just like casts out a random spell. Let's use Message.
Alright. So with Message, you did this last time, but you just sort of vibe hard enough that you kind of discover telepathy. And you send Vivana a little mental message, and I want to ask what it is.
Let's go with her innermost personal thoughts. Of just being like, I want to be able to help everyone so I can be useful.
Well, okay, gotta say, super high-minded. I'm into it. But are you just like asking me how to pull off tiefling magic?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much control over them, and I want.
No, neither do I. But like, yeah, I can give you a couple tips.
I just want something that sticks.
Something that sticks. I don't know, man. I mean, you literally have chaos in your DNA. Like, you are made from the elements of something that comes from the plane of chaos. So, I'm not sure if you can super make it stick. Maybe you can with some, like, out there magic, but I'm not really the one to tell you about that.
Who is?
Man, I don't know. Just sort of like locking in an abyssal to those powers. Seems like some pretty heavy stuff. Maybe there's some sort of ritual? I don't know.
If I provide a reward, like if I pay you, will you help me?
She immediately leans in against one of the support pillars in the shop, just sort of like, uh-huh.
If I pay you, will you help me?
not sure how much good I'm gonna be able to do here. Like, magic? I'm into it. I like it. But, it's not really my... forte. You know what I mean? But hell, I could, go, I don't know, raid some old libraries, see if I can drum anything up there. If I see any tiefling stuff, I can definitely hand it over.
And you don't know anybody that can.
I'm not sure Mom would really be any help, but... I don't know, she knows a ton of stuff.
Dude, please, with your mom, man.
In the back room, duh.
Do you mind if I talk to her?
Yeah, go for it, dude. I mean, we were just sort of, like, hanging around. We were about to close up shop.
Thank you for everything so far.
Of course. What do you think this is? I mean, like, if I'm going to have a cool alchemist thief buddy, gotta watch out for her, you know? And she elbows you hard.
Oh wait, hold on. Can I make a roll to see if she either like stands her ground?
Yeah,
and
I would say that's a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. Hey.
Yeah, you are fucking unmovable.
She just stands there like, and just takes the hit. Like she doesn't even flinch or anything like that.
Bhavana just kind of like gives you a chin nod, like, yeah, nice. So you are going to head back with Bhavana to see Crime Mom. Yeah, she leads you into the back room of the Drider's Web Tailor. Oswald, this is where your like vantage on the situation is kind of gonna stop because you're still like looking through a window here.
Yeah.
So you
What
are
is he
led.
thinking?
Come again?
What is Oswald thinking?
He has no idea what the fuck this is about, but is under the impression like, oh, okay, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure he heard the whole like, oh, alchemist thief. Like, okay, well, she knows what she's doing, but what is she asking for? Like, what is this ulterior motive that she probably has? Definitely piqued his interest. He is going to tuck that away in the back of his mind.
Steven in the vault.
Hell yeah. So you are led back to the back of the Drider's Web Tailor, and in the back, it is a pretty small little like fitting room with a raised circular platform in the middle and a small table off to one side where there is indeed a well-dressed elderly human woman who is just sort of like sewing, just sort of sitting back in a chair, and she perks up as you enter. Oh, hello dear. Were you looking for something?
She just kind of just walks up and kind of oh wait, why am I thinking that she's normal height? I was gonna say bends down, but nah, fuck nah.
She's probably about eye level with Giovanna as she's sitting.
Yeah, she's just kind of just like, yeah, I need some help. I want to know if you know any information on someone or something that can help me understand my magic better.
Bhavana couldn't do it? Bhavana.
Nah.
And she reaches up and just like snaps in the air, and Bhavana kind of like sheepishly pokes her head around the corner. Yeah? Didn't she come in last time just asking you how tiefling powers work? I mean, yeah, she did, but now she's asking like, how do I evolve your abyssal tiefling powers? I'm not abyssal. I'm infernal. What do you think? Alright, go ahead. So what specifically were you trying to do about your powers?
I mean, at least I know I got him now, but
That's always good.
I just want to find something that sticks. It seems like everything is all random.
That is a bit of a pickle. Well, Bhavana did just say that you're an abyssal tiefling, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that your parents, your father, your mother,
My father.
your father was a demon, so he came from the infinite layers of the abyss. You know, that whole shtick. And the whole thing with those is that they're constantly changing. So it's not too difficult to understand why you're currently changing, but it is a very interesting question of whether you would be able to stop it. Do you have any other contacts that might be able to shed some light on the abyss or demons in general?
She kind of just has like this confused and just empty look on her face, and she's just like, not really. I honestly never really interacted with people like me before.
Well, I can kind of imagine there's not a lot of people like you. You're very special, Lucia. And she reaches across just to pat you on the shoulder. But as for the question of how you would be able to do that, there is one thing that I'm not even sure if it would work, but so there are a number of people devoted to demon hunting for obvious reasons. Demons are generally bad news. Present company excluded, of course. I do know that there are certain tactics that they employ to, well, trap demons in a stable enough state for them to be banished back to the abyss. For they are generally formless and very difficult to get a hold of when they're just rampaging around the other. You may be able to seek out someone who has demon hunting experience and ask them very nicely to try and do a binding ritual on you.
Huh.
I have no idea if that would work, or if you would be able to find a demon hunter that, well, doesn't want to kill you.
Is there some way I can change my appearance so I don't appear as threatening?
That is a very good question. There are a couple of spells for just such an occasion. Things like disguise or alter self, some illusory spells. I may be able to put in a good word for you with a supplier of mine and see if I can't, act as a bit of a pipeline for some magical paraphernalia. get you suited out with that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Of course. Now, I did want to ask, did you think over that offer I made last time?
Your offer? Please reject my memory.
The offer to join the Thieves Guild.
Oh! And Lucia kind of just pauses for a second before looking up and nodding her head. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll join in.
Excellent. You know, you did quite the number on, well, Odilon Manor. Apparently, they've got guards just swarming around the place. I mean, Odilon has some private guards, of course, but they've even gotten the Shadowbrooke town guard involved. Sounds like you made quite a stir.
Really?
No, I'm certain that they won't find that it was you or anything like that. You did seem to cover your tracks fairly well.
Funny, I don't really remember much. I was admittedly kind of drunk.
Are you telling me that you you snuck into that mansion with Ivana and you were just wasted?
Yeah, I got hurt pretty badly, and I had a little bit of, like, a healing potion, which was honestly just booze for the most part.
That's hilarious. Oh, I think you'll be a very interesting addition to the Thieves Guild. Just, do try not to do that too much. It is a bit dangerous.
Alright, deal.
Excellent. Welcome to the Thieves Guild. And she
Just kinda-
reaches up to offer a hand.
She gives a handshake. Can I... Hold on, I'm gonna make a roll to see how strong her handshake is. Because she's got a little bit more... She got a little bit more tough DC on her.
Yeah, so that's going to be a strength check.
Nope.
The grandma crushes your hand. She is surprisingly strong. Just like... a bit of a surprise there.
Just a bit.
She releases it.
She kind of just waves her hand while holding it a little bit. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry,
Grandma,
I couldn't resist. It's just too funny seeing new initiates get acquainted.
You don't say.
Anyway, swing by in the future if you'd like. I would be more than happy to see if we can find any work for you. And of course, you can keep in contact with me as far as the, well, magical scrolls and such go. Check in with me next time. I may be able to get my hands on a scroll or two for you.
Alright. And I do want to at least provide something. And let's see. Here's my monies. Let's give her some monies.
You're giving her some money?
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Well, what would you say it would be a good currency to provide, so I don't give out my gold like last time?
She like sees you reaching for your coin pouch, and she just like holds up a hand. The entire idea of a thieves guild is that we're an independent network of thieves and fences and so on that work to create mutual profits. You don't have to pay tribute to me, you know.
Huh. I guess there's a lot more that I need to learn.
Oh, don't worry about it. You'll do just fine. Just remember that while I am the local boss, let's say, I don't exactly run a dictatorship. You understand? Well, Lucia, I am pleased to make your acquaintance. And I hope that our partnership will be a fruitful one.
Thank you, ma'am.
Of course.
And she kind of just nods, gives a little nod before heading back off to the main room.
Have
To
a
the
nice
main-
day.
Good night, you too.
You come out of the back room, and Bhavana is just like right around the corner. She's been eavesdropping, of course. So, how'd it go?
It went fairly good. You are now looking at the new member of the Thieves Guild. And she kind of just...
And she goes for a high five.
Oh. Hey, she promotes a high five bait.
Fuck yes. You guys high five, and it's like one of those spot on ones where it's that loud, really satisfying smack. Yeah, you get it. Perfect.
Yeah.
She just seems excited that you're going to be joining. Fuck yes. God, you have no idea how long it's been since another tiefling joined.
Huh,
I mean,
really?
kind of a scattered, collective and stuff, but since I'm kind of, Giovanna's apprentice, I stick around and see most everybody that comes through here.
Great. I'm now part of the Thieves Guild. And she kind of just like repeats it to herself, so it's set in stone. And she's just like, wow.
Congratulations. Don't go saying that around the police.
Ha! Yeah. That would not be nice, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
Or around my teammates, I guess.
Probably. Are any of them police? Are they stiffs?
Not that I know of, but you never be too sure.
Yeah, but I want to be careful. Don't you run with that one big blue guy? Horns, also a thief?
Oh, yeah, that's Remiel.
Yeah, I gotta say, he looks like he has a stick up his ass. Maybe don't say it around him.
Fairly good idea.
Alright. Well, if you need anything else, you know where to find me. Or, I know where to find you. I'll find you. Just don't worry about it.
I should probably get back to before they wake up. Find out.
You don't need to be too secretive. Just say you're going for a night walk. It's no big deal. What are they gonna do? Follow you?
Nah, I don't. Well, I mean, one of them can turn into an animal, so who knows?
Cool. Yeah, maybe we should get her. Whatever. Anyway, yeah. See you around, Lucia.
Good night, bitch.
Good night, bitch.
Nah, bitch. Can I do a roll for the charm thing?
For charm person?
Yes.
Or do you want to like do persuasion and try to charm her the traditional way?
Sure.
Okay, in that case, it'd be persuasion.
Persuasion? Is she spooked about it?
Yeah, she's chill as fuck.
Fuck yeah.
You do
Oh,
indeed
shit!
find-
Thank you. Help me.
Yeah, charm person is a invasive hypnotism.
Ah! Good to know. No, I mean, of course you would know that.
Oh my god. We are streaming, we are live. Anyway. These call out posts aside, yeah, you vibe with Ravana, and she seems to be liking you.
Hell yeah. Hey, buddy.
Catch you later, bitch.
Catch you later,
And,
bitch.
she disappears between the clothing rack. She
Sweet.
just sort of fucking sinks back into it.
Lucia makes it back to the guild. Hopefully. What time is it?
It's like 3 a.m.
Okay. So I
You're
gotta.
fine.
I'm fine. I'm.
So, in the meantime, Oswald has been hanging around. Did he just hang around outside the shop? And
Yeah.
is he going to follow Lucia back?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got the dirt. It's fine. He wouldn't have had that if she didn't walk out to the front and then immediately go, yeah, I'm part of the
Oh my god. Well, now he knows where the Thieves Guild is.
Yeah, he does. It's alright, he's got some goss on Lucia, it's fine.
I'll clip your
I got
balls.
some hot gauze.
Absolutely.
So, is there anything else you wanted to do with downtime?
Let's talk to Dead.
That is going to be your side plot, actually.
Oh.
So, you don't go to talk to your dad. Your dad comes to talk to you instead.
Oh. Okay. Several people are typing.
So, it's the day after your little excursion to the Thieves Guild at night, and it's also the first time that you have ever seen your dad like come out of the Adventurers Guild. Basically, since he got there. Levi knocks on your door at the Heaven's Glade Tavern, and just kind of quietly says, "Hey, Lucia, is this your room?"
She kind of just she's working on some shit. So she's just like, yeah, you can come in.
He opens up the door and kind of like peeks his head inside, kind of glances around the inside of the room. What is she working on?
She's just tinkering with her landmines.
Oh, she's just checking out one of the Thunderburst mines, seeing how that's working.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
like it. Hey, so one of your friends came by and told me that you were worried or having a bit of a bad time. Levi still looks bedraggled and just generally a little bit unkempt compared to the admittedly slightly eccentric alchemist that you knew as your father for basically your entire life.
Decrepit.
Not quite decrepit, but like his eyes are a bit more sunken, like his cheeks are a bit more hollow. He doesn't have the fullness and life in him that I'm quite used to.
Yeah, but it's fine. I'm all right. And she kind of just waves it off.
Are you sure? Because
Mhm.
your friend mentioned something about a monster.
She hesitates whether or not to provide him information. It's fine. We got it completely under control.
Listen, Lucia, can you talk to me?
She kind of just like stops what she's doing and she just hums a bit and turns around in her seat and looks at him. And she's just like, "What do you want to know?"
Well, she said that you were in kind of a bad ways after that whole, well, mission you guys went on. What happened?
Hmm. Well, there was this guy, and never seen him before. But the monster looked familiar.
When you say familiar, what do you mean?
Like the day you lost your powers familiar.
He pauses and looks over to your
Yeah.
the landmine spell that you've been kind of perfecting recently, and just kind of pauses. So, what did it look like?
Me.
Can you make me an insight check, actually?
He is negative.
He's looking a little shifty.
Mm. Lucia just gets like even more hesitant to provide him with even more information because at this point, it's just like there's nothing much she can do. She's thinking.
Levi definitely had a lot taken out of him by whatever happened back there. And it still shows. Like, really shows.
Can I run a roll to kind of like stretch the truth a bit for him?
Yeah, you can make me a deception check.
Hmm.
Damn, okay. With a 15, you are going to be able to do some pretty good stretching of the truth. How do you do it exactly?
Um. So the truth would be, well, he already knows that the monster was the day he died, or the day that he lost his powers.
Uh, actually, he does not.
He's not. Oh,
He has mentioned this before, and it's been a while since he did mention it. But basically, everything from you getting home onward until like a day afterwards is just blank for him.
she kind of
And
stretches.
all he knows
Then
is that when he came back to, those memories were missing, and he didn't know how to do alchemy.
so she'll kind of stretch the truth to be, well, to like make it seem like that she's met the guy not because of what happened to him, but more just they encountered him like on a separate mission or something, kind of like a on a Sieg or something, like if we were to meet him again, kind of thing. So it's just like,
And,
oh yeah, we met that kind of guy before.
hey, dude, you do know that the group has met Granimus before, right?
Yes. But my dad doesn't know that, does he?
No, he doesn't, unless you mentioned it to him.
We did not, but I could at least try to spin it so it's just like, oh, we've met him before. Not like, yeah, that's the truth, but the reason why I was so upset and angry is because of a past grievance of meeting him before. Not because of
Okay.
the meat.
Meat horse. You do indeed spin that tale and kind of spin it as, oh yeah, Granimus, we've met him before, and I didn't get a good vibe from him the first time, and the fact that he showed up this time and kind of betrayed our trust, it fucked me up. And he nods along. It seems like he's kind of taking that line of bullshit.
Sweet.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you doing a little better now? Is there anything you need?
Nah, I'm okay. I got everything under control. And she provides like, we do another thing of deception to see if he passes like her smile.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is perfect. Fucking flawless. You lie to your father.
Sweet.
Well, wish I could have been there to help in the moment. And he kind of like gives you a shallow nod and moves around the side of your workbench to give you a kind of awkward standing to sitting side hug.
Plus, she's sitting, so she's tiny.
Yeah. Like, I imagine she has a pretty high stool, but that's as high as she gets.
Her feet ain't touching the ground.
Her feet ain't touching the ground.
And she gives a hug back. Despite what she's feeling on the inside.
Remember, if you need anything, you can always come by and find me at the guild, okay?
Mm-hmm. And you just take care of yourself.
Yeah, I'm trying. Well, I guess I should probably be heading back there. remember, you can come see me anytime you need. Kind of uncomfortably nods and kind of excuses himself from the room. Love you, Lucia.
Love you too. I was gonna be like, she gives a I know. Nah, she tells him she loves him too.
He gives you a kind of half smile and wave and closes the door.
As soon as she hears like his footsteps like weave out of frame, she just kind of lets out like a huge sigh of relief. Or like not a huge sigh, but just a tiny sigh. And it looks over at Bagul, wherever the fuck he is.
He is currently just sort of sitting under the workbench in a little basket of spare parts that you have collected, and he generally knows well enough to hide when other people enter the room these days, because oh god, what is that? Is that a rat? Fucking Christ.
Is that a rat?
And you hear the little like scrambling and metal on claw stuff before he pokes his head out to look up at you.
She like picks him up and gives him like scritches under his chin. She's just like, what do I do?
Bagul doesn't have a particularly good response for that, but if he did, it would be, why the fuck are you asking me?
Bro, I'm a rat.
I'm the closest thing to a demon rat you guys got.
I'm a rat, why are you asking me?
So, yeah. That is your side plot. You have been visited by your father.
Yeah, I lied to my dad.
It went great.
And I'm a thief.
Fine.
I'm a thief and I lied to my dad.
You're a thief
Nice.
and you lied to your dad. So now the question is, who is next?
Not me.
You rolled an 18. You rolled an 18.
Grab it.
You go next.
You did roll an 18.
You go next.
Bitch.
Hey, honey.
Your turn.
Yes.
Are you gonna do it?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Okay.
Fucking go.
Hey,
Fucking
Molly,
go.
you are probably not like super jazzed about the stuff that just happened, but you're probably a little happier than Lucia is. And I have to ask you, what are you doing with your downtime?
Reading. So
Reading.
much fucking reading. God, she may not be as fucked up as Lucia, but she is frustrated.
Oh, yes.
There is definitely something going on, and Molly's pissed that every time she could get answers, and we just attack the motherfucker that has them.
All right, well, you have a big bag of literature that you have kind of stolen from Granimus's lair. And I have to ask you, where are you starting?
I have to go find that list of books. Where is it?
I believe you gave me a list in voice chat somewhere. That was all of the
Yeah,
stuff you
found it.
wanted to take with you.
Yeah. You know what? She's going to read it. Fucking. Just to make it fun for you. Alphabetically. Yeah, she's reading it alphabetically. Because that's the real way to read books, right?
Honey,
Yeah.
you're going to make me look at these alphabetically, aren't you?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Get fun.
Alright, because that's a brilliant way to do this. Let me fucking see. Alright.
I can do it for you real fast. Hold on.
Please do.
I'm borrowing a sheet in the Google Sheets for reasons. If you give me 5 seconds,
Yeah.
and by 5 I mean like a minute.
In the meantime, I'm going to go pee.
Alrighty.
I love you.
As I quickly.
What happened?
What?
What happened?
I am putting everything alphabetically, and so Matt went to go to the bathroom while I sort everything.
Oh hell yeah!
Because I decided to make his life a living hell by saying I'm going alphabetically, but then he made me do it.
Yeah, yeah. You try to give Matt a hard time, he'll give you a hard time. It's what you deserve.
Yeah.
It is what I deserve.
How's everybody?
I'm doing great, but also I'm concerned because I keep getting worried about conflict of interest between Remiel and Lucia, and the stakes keep getting higher with that, and
Yeah,
I'm
I love
scared
it.
of how this is gonna end up.
I love it.
Literally on opposite sides of the spectrum.
Oswald's got dirt.
And
yeah.
know that? AKA Oswald, keep your balls shut.
Oswald is not the type to snitch, so I'm not gonna rely on him for anything.
You right.
Neither is Molly. Neither is Molly.
Neither is Molly.
Yeah, he's not gonna snitch, but he's gonna be like, "Ooh, what are you doing?"
But then it's like Romeo does not want to be a hypocrite and turn a blind eye because it's a friend. That's the thing.
Tough tits.
Vanessa's
Romeo.
just gonna wait there with the paddle.
She has the tongue
I
out.
got the ruler.
She has a ruler.
She's got her tongue already.
I'm not gonna count the does in books because that's just stupid. And it's usually not how you sort it, right? Like in books, it's like the isn't counted.
You're Gucci. Are we all vibing tonight? We're just fucking vibing.
Having vibes, doing vibes, being vibes.
Being vibe.
Hi, Gilter.
Hi.
What did I come back to?
Vibing.
Vibes.
I'm glad that you guys have populated the stream with vibes.
Vibe.
All right. So I've created a sheet in the Google Doc.
Alrighty. Let me see here.
I named it Molly's book collection
Nice.
because at this point, this is what she's doing with her life.
Alright. In that case, I'm going to go through each of these and ask you to make a history check. This will be possibly modified based on what exactly it is you're reading. But yeah.
Let me just make this bigger so it's legible.
Yeah. For the first one, I actually want you to roll Arcana.
Cool. You return. I return with water. Water.
What?
Right back.
Damn. Okay. So my question is, where is Molly holing up and just sort of reading? Is she just hanging out in her room?
It depends on the day. Some days she might just hole up in her room and do it. Some days she might just fuck about in the forest and read because she really can't keep her fucking self sitting.
Yeah. She has to frolic.
Yeah. She's the type of motherfucker to read and walk.
This first one is probably best read kind of sitting down and not straying all over the area.
Yeah, I think that's one of the ones she read as soon as she got back.
It is a loosely bound collection of papers. with the big title Shadowblight written on the front. You look into it, and it takes you a while because this is written kind of talking about some lofty arcane concepts, but soon enough you manage to decipher the dense wizard speak that comes with it, and you find that it is a manuscript detailing the Shadow Blight, which is this magical affliction, supposedly, that begins to take a person's soul, essentially. It is a almost it's almost like getting gangrene on your soul. One part gets cut away and infected, and it spreads from there. The actual effects are getting gradually paler and less accepting of light, becoming harder to see in darkness, becoming vulnerable to holy attacks, pretty much. And all of these are communicated in a fashion that suggests that one, Granimus was the writer, and two, that these were observations collected from quite a bit of research.
So you've been at it for a while.
From your best guess, yes.
As much as Molly's kind of like, she fucking, yeah, she does find it fascinating, but God, she wishes she could learn it in a different way. She's like, like, there's a morbid curiosity.
It is kind of interesting, but it is also horrible because it's definitely black necromancy. It is fucking with somebody's soul.
Yeah, like, it's one of those things that probably should have stayed a hypothesis kind of deal.
Yeah. So, from there, unless you had more questions about Shadowblight.
Did it seem like he worked with him? Like, was there mentions of, like, specific names? Any name drops in here?
No specific names. There are a couple of kind of like case files in there that describe people as subjects, like subject number 1, etc. But aside from that, there are no references to the actual names involved.
Okay.
It does seem like he might have worked with it, though.
Alright.
For an academic's guide to non-human internal anatomy, make me a medicine check. Since you actually spent quite a long while studying basically a big book of medicinal stuff, I'm also going to give you advantage on that.
Oh, cool. So do I roll it again?
Yes. And you actually rolled higher. Nice. The Academic's Guide to Non-Human Internal Anatomy is a pretty lofty tome, seemingly written by, an academic, so a lot of the wording is dense and uninteresting. But it gives you pretty broad guides to the anatomical differences between dwarves, orcs, elves, and so on. There is some stuff about halflings, and it's kind of gross because there are pictures provided, Artistic renderings, of course, but it feels kind of gross seeing like a bisection of a halfling. You learn some stuff about the various differences. Increased muscle mass in orcs, particularly larger, like by weight, liver and kidneys for dwarves. Um, a lot of kind of subtle differences, but you notice that for almost all of them, they come from kind of like the same basic stock.
Yeah.
There are a couple of. Come again?
I know, go ahead, go ahead.
There are a couple of margin notes that aren't super helpful. They're just like underlining various things as important or uh, specifically circling certain bones in some diagrams as being, uh, of special importance. Stuff like that.
Anything on Fae and or on special case, because like Molly's weird. She wants to know if there's other cases like her.
I'm gonna say that with that high medicine roll, you actually managed to break through a lot of the dense, uninteresting stuff, and you do find a footnote at one point that notes that most Fae decay at an unnatural rate when they are in the material plane and dead. So, getting a specimen for examination is exceptionally difficult unless you're trying to do a field vivisection, which apparently the writer of this book did not do. It does not mention any human or humanoid races ever having a situation quite like yours, though.
That's kind of lonely, but fun.
Yeah, you are very unique.
That's not concerning.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. No, I'm always just wondering, like, do I decay super fast outside? That's interesting. I don't want to test that out just yet.
I guess we'll find out.
She makes a note in her book that, like, dear whoever finds my body, and finds my notebook, take note of how fast I decay, and then add it to, then give it to science, please and thank you, Molly.
Oh my god, I love Molly. Okay, collected teachings of Arcan the Healer is going to be a history check.
All right. Also note that in her journal she did write, if I die, like at the beginning it's like, if I die, please give me back to my father.
Yeah.
Maple.
Hey, can you send me back home, please?
Send me back home, thank you. 17.
17 ain't bad. You are doing pretty well for yourself. For this, it is still written in Common, but a particularly archaic form of Common. Like, it's still recognizable, but it's like trying to translate from Old English to modern English, where it's there's some differences in like spelling and shit, and it's just kind of annoying. But it is as it says on the tin here, a collection of various, basically like medical tips and tricks from a guy named Arcan the Healer. Interestingly enough, it does actually mention in a couple of spots that there were attempts to try and revitalize dead flesh by stitching it to a living host before and trying to cure from there. But outside of 4 or 5 minutes from the time it was severed, there was no real way to reconnect lost limbs. Regeneration still worked just fine, but it doesn't quite work right any other way.
Intriguing.
So it's kind of like an old-timey basis for a lot of medical stuff. It's a bit of a dry read, really, because a lot of the stuff in there is like, oh yeah, I know that from either intuition or reading the Academic's Guide to Non-Human Internal Anatomy. Or this big fuck off medical textbook.
Molly, have we think I I read this backwards.
Death and Taxes is going to be a history check.
The
Necrocracy of Thay.
Which one was it again?
Death and Taxes is a history check.
Yeah, history.
Damn, okay.
Molly wants to read. Grabs through. Give me information.
I'm giving you information.
Yeah, I know, that's what Molly's doing with the books.
It is basically an outsider's perspective on the nation of Thay, far to the east from the Sword Coast. The nation of Thay is kind of unique in that it is ruled by a ruling council of liches that have made it so that thinking undead and the like are actually considered first-class citizens, and the living are kind of looked down upon and even pitied in some respects because, oh, they're not immortal yet. It notes that it is a tyrannical dictatorship, pretty much, or tyrannical oligarchy, really, because there are a number of various. There are a number of people in charge, various liches, of course, and a couple of lesser undead, but mostly liches. And they pretty much have a command economy over the entire region. Interestingly, the tithes and taxes given to these rulers are more in the line of like, each village has to pony up some sort of magical discovery or something of the like, rather than actual money, though the latter is still collected. So yeah, the fact that that was in Granimus's library should tell you a little bit of something.
Yeah. She'll take note of that and be like, potential problems.
Alright.
Sorry, someone drew my character. So I got excited.
Come again?
Someone drew my character again, so I got excited.
You're allowed to get excited. The dissertations on the surgical techniques of the Netheril.
Medicine?
That is going to be medicine and arcana.
Damn.
Damn, okay. Damn, Shoddy, okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry that my segment is just books, but like books.
No, it's cool, it's cool. So you take a look at the dissertation on the surgical techniques of the Netheril, and it is actually a pretty interesting read. Netheril was this old, primarily human nation, which was a magocracy, a nation where mages ruled primarily. And in it, there were a number of extremely incredible magical feats that were accomplished. Some of the ones that are mentioned offhand are that they managed to raise cities into the sky, and that they managed to pretty much create interestingly aspected areas of magical influence using what were called mythals. Mythal. Mythals provided a aspect for a certain area, which means that, say, if you wanted to empower evocation magic in a certain area for the purpose of like setting up a wizard dueling ring, you absolutely could. And while these are mentioned kind of offhanded in this dissertation, the main focus here is what all that means for their surgical techniques and their medicine. In this case, it actually does talk about something pretty close to the collected teachings of Arcan the Healer, the interesting bits from that. And it mentions that through particularly powerful magical binding and specifically an interplay of both arcane and clerical magic, they were able to force a limb to be rejoined to its original body after a full 3 days had passed, and it was able to be healed and used without any issue. However, the magic required to do so was some pretty high-level stuff, and the actual nature of the magic used is pretty much lost to time. This is a recounting of a number of like lost works and stuff like that.
That's actually kind of cool. Question. I briefly forgot the thing that turns the aspect. What was it again? Sorry. Mythal?
Yes. The mythal is a basically a big magic sort of thing. And it can permanently change the magical affinity of an area until it is somehow dispelled.
Ah.
It only mentions it in passing, so you don't really...
Would it be alright to hypothesize that what Granimus's area was under was a mythal thing?
You can hypothesize that.
Yeah, that's what Molly's hypothesizing.
Anyway, for the eye trader, it's going to be history.
Okay. Yeah, that's not the best.
Seems to be a fiction account of, like... you think it's... You kind of lose track of the plot points, really. But the vague summary is that it's about this dude who goes around and sort of trades eyes with a bunch of different races to see through their perspective and stuff like that. The prose is dry, it's very uninteresting, and as far as you're aware, it seems to be completely fictional.
She's gonna put that aside for like later like review because she's just like she probably read it like after burning out after all those books. She's like, flows. She'll give it another try in another month.
Yeah. Far Side of the Mirror is going to be Arcana. This one's fairly esoteric. The Far Side of the Mirror details in... Okay, so you know how in a lot of media where there's some sort of oracle or stuff like that, they talk in really winding, unhelpful sentences?
Yeah.
That is exactly how this is written. The Far Side of the Mirror details a being who is on the other side, presumably of the mirror. What exactly the mirror is never mentioned. but the actual content of the book seems to be mostly centered around generally just like the nature of duality and what it means to be on the other side from that. It's confusing, but at least you got there's a being, it's on the other side.
Cool. Thank you.
Karsus's avatar and what it can teach us is going to be another two-parter. This is going to be history and archon.
Okay. Damn it. Damn it.
The history part, you're not super sure on it, but the arcana part, you do understand. Apparently, way back when, there used to be a man named Karsus. Karsus lived in the Empire of the Netheril, and he was kind of an arrogant dickwad. He was a very talented wizard, there's no denying that, but he was extraordinarily arrogant to the point where he thought that because there was this whole like war that was encroaching and stuff like that, you know what he could do? He could take the like essence of the goddess of magic and just sort of just steal it for a little bit and fix it.
This motherfucker.
This motherfucker.
Points. I know you from Baldur's Gate 3, motherfucker.
Yeah, I explained it to you.
I know. Points.
Okay.
Sorry.
Karsus took this extremely long route to creating a spell called Karsus's Avatar. Karsus's Avatar allowed the user to basically steal a single god's entire portfolio for about a minute or so and do with it what they want. After years of perfecting it and getting it ready, he cast it and chose as his target Mystra, the goddess of magic. And he tried to fix everything, but one mortal dickhead is not as powerful as an entire god of magic. So he immediately let everything go out of control.
Oh my god.
And what happened after that was, remember how I said that in the other thing of the surgical techniques of the Netheril, it made mention of flying cities?
Yeah.
And how they raised them into the sky using magic?
Yeah.
All of them turned off because magic turned off.
Oh.
So he was responsible for the single biggest genocide in the history of the world, all because he was so arrogant as to try and take the goddess of magic and say, hey, I can do better. He could not do better. What the book goes on to say from that is that it is evidence of why magic works the way it does these days. And it hypothesizes, hey, it works like that on the prime material because Mr. basically said, hey, if you can't play nice with your toys, you're not going to get any of them. And that's why we're limited to 9th level spells and shit. But are there any workarounds to that? And if so, does that law only extend as far as the prime material plane?
Huh. Yeah, wait a minute.
So, yeah. For reference, it mentions that Karsus's Avatar was the only 12th level spell ever to be cast.
Wow.
Yeah. And it ends at
Damn.
9 these days, so you can kind of get an idea.
Yeah, just until Molly's like, ah. Ah. Ah.
Alright. The Maker of Deals is going to be Arcana. and religion as well.
Okay.
All right, both pretty good. So the maker of deals, you're fairly sure it's referencing the same thing as the far side of the mirror, but the text is a little clearer this time around, thankfully. This time, it seems to describe that there is a thing on the verge between life and death, between light and dark, and stuff like that. It's another of those duality themes, so it's not super precise. That, for whatever reason, makes deals with those who are unlucky enough to meet it. And those deals take a number of shapes and forms, but one unifying theory that kind of threads between all of them is that, one, the people who make the deals come back not seeming to know that they've made them, and two, that they appear to have lost something only to gain something in return, whether it be extended life or the ability to use magic or something along those lines. Apparently, there are a couple of smaller things that worship that kind of threshold being, but the writer of that particular book didn't see it as much of a thing to be worshipped.
I see.
Making of a mythal is going to be plain old arcana.
Alrighty. Just reopen that. 19.
Making of a mythal describes in detail the nature of mythals from their original Netheril incarnations, and interestingly, past the instance of Karsus's folly. It mentions that mythals are kind of exempt from that only 9th level spell rule. They're essentially magical effects over a wide area that actually have permanence. One example that is actually given is a bridge in Silvery Moon that kind of phases in and out as the sun rises and sets.
That's actually kind of neat.
Yeah. Mythals can still be made, however, especially in the case of more powerful or more far-reaching mythals, they still can aspect particular areas of magic, but the particulars of how to do it without kind of having a surge of power is more or less lost to time. The only thing is, it mentions that that burst of power mostly comes from dying wizards and casters. So, generally, at least one person involved in the creation of the mythal has to die to seal it in. For more minor ones, people can get by with just being severely exhausted for up to like a month or two after casting it. But otherwise, yeah.
Jesus. Taking.
Message from Beyond is going to be religion.
Alright.
Message from Beyond is a rather short little tale. You think it might be fiction, but you can't really be sure. It seems almost written like a dime store novel, in that it kind of crosses over that writing style with like Edgar Allan Poe themes.
Okay.
It is very much that same sort of mysticism that popped up in The Far Side of the Mirror, but with the kind of like made for the masses touch.
Alright.
It doesn't get too specific on the actual content of it. It just, goes, oh, there was this great being from beyond that talked to me, and it gave me a message, and it drove me mad, and such and such.
Okay.
Yeah. It gets annoying. The Poisoner's Handbook, Toxins and Their Applications, is going to be Medicine and Nature. You've been knocking this shit out of the park, Jesus Christ.
Lala likes books.
That you do. So, the Poisoner's Handbook is pretty much what it says right on the label there. It is a very thorough guide to a number of toxins and venoms and various poisons that you can find in nature.
Yay. Molly takes a lot of these notes into her journal herself.
Exactly how they kill people. There's some pretty morbid stuff in there, like a couple of venoms from slightly magical creatures that are known to kind of like melt skin off bone, almost like acid.
Ooh.
There are some more tame ones. There are some kind of esoteric ones, like delayed response stuff, where it takes like 5 days for there to show any effect, but when that effect does show up, it's almost certain death. Yeah. I'm going to say that the Poisoner's Handbook is actually something you can use to kind of like keep on your person and look around, see, hey, is this poisonous? Well, let me look it up.
Hell yeah.
Because it is pretty comprehensive, actually.
Yeah, no, this is one of the books Molly would like keep on her.
Yeah. And finally, you look into the sack that you have kind of been keeping all these books in.
Mm.
And at the very bottom, you see that there is a book that you actually don't remember putting in there.
Yeah.
The actual title of it on the front is kind of dusty and pretty obviously uncared for, but the label reads, The Manual of Dead and Dormant Powers.
The Manual of Dead and Dormant Powers. Okay. Is there an author name?
Come again?
Is there an author's name?
No. None is listed.
Cheating. Molly will pick it up, give the whole thing a look over. He's like, how'd you get here? Not that I'm complaining, I always like a new book, but She kind of like places. This is probably like, God, this would take a few days, so it's probably on her desk. She'll take it and like lay down in her bed at this point and just be like, all right, I guess it could be a nice, kind of light read. No, you're not. No, you're not a light read, aren't you? And she'll just open it up and start reading.
That is going to be a religion check this time.
Okay. And just the one shitty roll, anyways. Yeah, one shitty roll.
Roll it again. Goddamn.
Oh wait, I have lucky. The fuck you mean?
Oh yeah, you actually do. Oh shit. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, halflings.
Yeah.
You crack open the Manual of Dead and Dormant Powers, and it is a rogues gallery of just that. It is recounting the wide variety of various gods that you've heard of and that you've not heard of that, for one reason or another, don't answer prayers anymore. At least, not to most people. Baal, the god of murder who was murdered himself. Cyril, who was the god of lies and just got his ass kicked up and down the street after being a little bit too much of a scheming bastard. He stopped answering prayers for a while, but you've heard that he's kind of back in business. And one particularly interesting entry is for a god named Galean, which you have never heard of. The symbol at the top of his page is an open book with unintelligible writing in it that has like a couple sparks floating out of it. That is his holy symbol. It mentions that he was the god of balance and knowledge, and that he retreated from the mortals and, you know, the world at large, mostly because, well, one, he just sort of fell out of knowledge and general practice in his home plane. And also because the sort of people that actually followed his creed closely were very few and far between. It is mentioned that he considers the pursuit of knowledge to be great above all else, that knowledge should be shared but never used as a weapon against others, that it is wholly for its own sake, because knowing things is good. And at the bottom of the entry, it details a old, like, prayer and ritual to Galean. The ritual consists of basically finding whatever repository of knowledge is kind of convenient for you, lighting candles in a circle, and just sort of studying whatever book you particularly want to study at the moment. If it pleases Galean, it is said that he'll show up of his own accord.
Huh. She might, look at it, think about it, go grab a snack, come back, think about it. She doesn't have candles on her. Who would have candles?
You can get some.
She scrambles back down.
You can get some candles at the general store if you like.
Yeah, she'll go to general store, buy a few candles. She might not do it in the inn, actually.
Yeah, I mean, your room after this whole session could probably be considered a repository of knowledge, but you're not sure if it really fits.
Yeah. Huh. There's a really stupid idea.
Yeah.
Everyone's busy, right? Do I want to risk it? What would consider a repository?
Libraries, archives, places with a lot of books and information generally.
She'll probably go to her library because she was like, I could just go grab more shit from Gradamus' place, but then she thought about it. I was like,
You really want
maybe
to
not. Yeah, let's just maybe not. She's like halfway like towards the gate, like turns around.
Just nope.
She will bring the manuscript of Shadowblight though with her.
Okay.
Just because like it is something she wants to learn a little bit more of that, and she'll bring like a few of the books that were like a little like maybe like fucking Far Side of Mirror, the Shadowblight, like these kinds of things that she's like she finds
more
interesting.
the esoteric ones.
Yeah. And she'll go to the library. Is there like a nook or cranny she can like do her little shtick in?
Yeah, you can wedge yourself into a little nook somewhere in the Wormcrusher Adventures Guild library where you're generally not going to be bothered. It's like one of the archives way further back in that really just has a bunch of war reports and stuff like that. Nobody really comes back here, usually.
Okay. Yeah, Molly will set that up, make sure that it's not too close to any books because she doesn't want to burn anything. Kind of just because she's like, you know what, I'm gonna do a little prayer. Know that he's not forgotten. Know that she out there thinking about him. Because that sounds a little lonely. And she likes his the cut of his jib essentially. So she'll do her little ritual and start reading some of the manuscripts and just hope that he's getting the information of like the different books she's reading. And she's going to read her own journal because it's a.
Do you use the prayer that was like outlined in the manual?
Yes, she will say the prayer thing too.
The prayer specifically details like, Gillian, we offer up this consumption of information in your name and such and so on. Generally, like, kind of giving this to Gillian as sort of an offering of deeds rather than an offering of something you're actually giving him.
Okay. Does it say that she has to say any of those exact words?
It doesn't mention that she has to specifically.
So she'll kind of just start reading her journal because that's where she puts all of her information that she learns, right? She's like, hey, hello, Gillian. It might have been a while, but I figured I'd offer you the information that I have found over the last couple months. Figured to keep you up to date.
Make me...
She is not religious.
Yeah, make me a perception check.
Don't fail me now.
It is subtle, but just at the very back of your mind, you can feel a slight presence. It is curious. It is watching you. It is trying to discern what you're thinking. What is Molly thinking?
Right now she's trying to think about all the information that she had gathered, reading for her journal, trying to let him know of all the knowledge that she picked up. And she's curious about him. She's curious if, he's even listening, and now that she's felt him, she's like, oh, okay. All right. Hello, you. But, she'll keep reading to pass on the information because that's what she promised him.
Is Molly earnest?
Yes. Me French. What earnest? Yes, she is earnest. Sorry.
Okay.
I double checked what the meaning was.
Genuine, sincere.
Yeah, she is she loves knowing things and she loves sharing things and she's a curious son of a bitch.
Slowly but surely, the kind of curiosity of this feeling grows. and the candles start to burn down, and you continue reading. And soon enough, it starts to feel like someone is just sort of looking over your shoulder, reading along with you.
Well, we'll just turn the page. I'll read a little bit and then try to look behind, like look up, like,
Yes, she may. When she turns around, there is a very, very old, you think half-elven man from his particularly angular, sunken features, with this long, long, pointed white beard, bald head, liver spots, that whole thing. In these very humble robes, clutching a big gnarled staff that has a number of iron clasps around the actual core of it, keeping it together. It has been quite some time since I was invoked.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you again.
It is a pleasure to see that the pursuit of knowledge is still as honored as it was in the past. And he gives you a very small, dry smile.
Molly smiles back, like just full grin, like,
Yeah. It's a shame that a lot of history was wiped out, apparently. I'm just trying to figure it out. And,
she gestures at the book.
I happened to find you.
The lost histories that no longer exist in this world are vast and regrettable. But I am certain that the information exists somewhere for a bright mind to find.
She'll get him. Sorry.
You shall get his stories that you have collected. And with kind of like creaking knees, he kneels down next to you and gestures for you to continue.
She'll show him like all the notes, even like the stories about Siegrestant and Granimus and the artifacts she found, the symbols that she took down, the tower of the robot and the weird notes, and she'll give her like little take on things and just notes on her own teammates, notes about not so pleasant the Pleasant Valley, which she scribbled not so right next to it. And she'll just try to catch him up to speed to what she knows.
You recount all of these stories that you have collected, all of these bits of information that you have brought together from your adventures. All just like the tall tales of what you've been doing. And throughout it all, Gillian continues to watch you with this placid, like eyes half-lidded look. Just of, all right. Just kind of like a granddad listening to his grandchild recount some story.
No.
He's enjoying it. You're not entirely sure if he's necessarily into the content itself, but he's definitely into just the excitement that comes with it.
Yeah.
There's a certain energy to someone who is just enjoying the feeling of knowledge, and he is basking in it right now.
And Molly's feeling really happy being able to share her knowledge. It's actually really nice.
Finally, you kind of come to the end of where your adventures have brought you thus far, and you run out of notes to show him. That was quite
Glad I could provide something. I'm hoping to write even more.
I encourage you to. Go with my blessing, child. And he reaches up with this skinny, just old person hand. You know the kind.
Yeah.
Where the skin is just a little, like, baggy around the bones and stuff like that.
But incredibly soft.
But surprisingly soft. He's got the hands of an angel. And he just, like, pats you on the forehead. Just little tap, like, there. I look forward to seeing what you learn and what you help
Nice.
others learn.
I'm really glad to have met you. I can't wait to share even more.
I'm glad.
Molly's just gonna like.
Until next time.
See you around.
She gives it like a little wave.
Yeah, you give him a little wave, and the next time you look away and look back, Gillian is gone, and the candles have burned down and are now snuffed out.
Molly will clean everything up, pack her books, probably get a few more books from the library before she leaves, and then run back to the inn to write about Gillian, whatever,
Gillian.
into the book. Gillian.
You have successfully met and gotten the blessing of Gillian.
Gillian.
You now have the ability to tap into his clerical power, what little remains there are of it in the mortal world. And now you can use clerical magic. Congratulations.
Oh yeah. She's also gonna send a letter to her dad, by the way, because she misses him.
Write that up and send it to me, and I will see what he replies with next time. Pardon me. See what he replies with next time.
Oh yeah.
I would
Thank
say
you.
that was a very productive study session for Molly.
She got books.
She got a lot of books. So, that leaves precisely 2 people that have not gone yet. AJ and Vanessa.
Why do you say like AJ and Vanessa as if
Listen.
I'm the bitch?
I'm Vanessa, I guess.
You're Vanessa.
Get off my dick.
Sure.
Anyway, AJ or Nami, which of you would like to go first?
Nami, do you want to play rock, paper, scissors?
Okay, yeah.
How are you gonna do this, y'all?
I won.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah.
All right, guess it's Vanessa then.
Does that mean you? Oh, okay.
Congratulations, Vanessa. You get to have your downtime now.
Hi. It's
Howdy.
nun time, baby.
It's downtime. So, what is Vanessa doing with her downtime?
Vanessa is getting the artifacts and she's on her way to Temple of Coralon to bless them.
Yeah, the Temple of Coralon in Shadowbrooke is a pretty small place, as are most of the temples around here. There's not much in the way of like a big central religious edifice here, which kind of comes with the territory of being such a multicultural town. But there is still a Temple of Coralon as the head of the Seldarine, the elven gods. The actual elven priests and priestesses there. There are about 3 or 4 in total. Originally, when you came by, Kate gave you kind of like curious looks, like, wait, a human? Really? But eventually, they just shrugged their shoulders, like, well, okay. Welcome to the Temple of Coralon. And, you have gotten some opportunities to kind of give your prayers in a more formal setting, which you're probably a lot more used to and comfortable with. Thus far, the actual staff, the clergy there, haven't been super good conversation. They've been actually surprisingly not very interesting people for living in the ass end of nowhere and, running a temple there. But, yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Also, but the thing about the looks, like she's used to it. She's like, yes, I'm here, I'm human. Hello.
I'm here, I'm human, get used to it.
Pretty much.
The kind of like head priest of the Temple of Coralon here, Brother Gangrel. He is this maybe 300-year-old elven man, blonde, those kind of high cheekbones and the noble holding that you kind of have come to expect from snobbier high elves. But he's pleasant enough. He seems to find the fact that you are a human worshipping Coralon to be a novel prospect, like how interesting. But
Oh, how interesting.
how interesting. But he has been nice enough. He's let you pray there and all that sort of stuff. That's about where it ends. But you come back to the Temple of Coralon, and you have Grand Mrs. Gauntlet, as I recall.
The gauntlet and also what Bolt had. I don't remember exactly what it was.
What did I call it? What did I fucking call it? I have it here. Give me a second.
His Common Rider belt.
Fucking. The Magical Resonator. So yeah, his Common Rider belt. You do, in fact, bring the Magical Resonator with you. You don't get the same vibe from it as you do with Granimus's Gauntlet, because one of them is way more charged with bad news than the other.
Yeah.
But you bring those in, and Brother Gangrel is there to greet you once again. The actual, congregation that has gathered here, maybe a handful, 10 to a dozen elves, come here to pray on the regular. They're just filing out.
Mm-hmm.
And you come in after them with these in tow. And how are you presenting them? Are you just, keeping them in a pack, or...?
Yeah, she's keeping them in a pack. Just, takes them out gently and presents them.
Sister Vanessa, how wonderful to see you. What are these?
Good day, Brother Grengel. These are...
Gangrel.
What?
Gangrel.
Gangrel, that's what I said.
Sure.
These are magical objects that I wish to bless, for they have been imbued with negative energy that I would like to cleanse.
Oh, well, that is quite interesting. I am curious, where did you get these exactly? And he takes the magical resonator and kind of turns it over in his hand, like, huh.
Vanessa just like watches him like a little bit anxiously, just like don't put it on.
Don't fucking pull the little ripcord on it. Don't do it.
Don't do it. She's just like, well, I acquired them with my adventuring group, and we acquired these off of some rather unsavory people, to say the least.
Well, I am unsure of. And he pauses as he looks from the magical resonator to the gauntlet. I'm unsure that I can assist you with this. And he puts the resonator back in your hand. But that is, I'm not sure, exactly. Were you trained as a cleric?
Out of character, yes.
Out of character, you got at least partway through the training, though Coralon clerical training generally takes as long as an elf would expect to live, which you would be long dead by the time that an elf came of age. So you didn't exactly do the full course.
Yes, Vanessa pauses for a second, and she's just like, partly. As a human, I don't think I would live long enough to complete the training, sir.
Oh, I fully understand. Paladin training? Anything of that sort?
No.
Well, there is a very interesting thing that I've picked up. I used to be something of a paladin. Rather unimportant in the grand scheme of things, and frankly, clerical magic suits me far better. But I do remember one little bit of training that we were taught, and Miss Vanessa, that is bad news. And he gestures kind of gently to the gauntlet. I'm very glad that you brought it here to be cleansed, because it doesn't feel quite right, I must confess.
I can imagine.
So, if you will assist me, I can bring the rest of the local priesthood and we can perform a quick cleansing ritual. Hopefully this can get it sorted out. And he offers his hand for the gauntlet.
Vanessa puts it in his hand. She's like, if it isn't too much trouble.
No, of course not. Of course not. I am always happy to help another child of Coralon. And there's this very slight note of, like, not disdain, but just, oh,
Oh, you little child of Coralon.
Oh, you little child of Coralon.
Oh, you poor little human child of Coralon.
You think you are a child of Coralon?
How silly, how quaint. Yeah, Vanessa has been through her fair share of snooty high elves, so she's just like being pleasant throughout the whole thing.
Yeah. Thankfully, he does not continue being a cunt. which is probably for the best. He actually does call in the rest of the priesthood, and you are witness to, and with your prayers, you are allowed to take part in a brief, cleansing ritual, beseeching Corlon in his role as the elven protector of magic to look down upon the artifact in question and cleanse it of any evil taints. You know, the usual religious stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes about 15 minutes before their bowed heads actually look back up to the gauntlet. And it has been anointed with a number of things of holy water, oils, unguents, generally rubbed down and kind of sprinkled with various herbs. A wide variety of kind of strange cleansing techniques, but finally the gauntlet is left there, looking shinier and a lot better than when you brought it in, because there was still a little bit of dried blood on there, and I gotta say, it's kind of gross.
Kind of gross.
Kinda
Sorry
gross.
about that.
Oh no, it's
Flesh.
no problem. I believe it should be a bit more agreeable now. And he gestures widely to it, offering you a chance to go up and take it.
Vanessa takes it cautiously. In her mind, she's like, only slightly?
Now the grime is kind of wiped away a little bit, and you can see in far more detail that you're fairly sure this is the same sort of brass-ish alloy that the resonator and the other artifacts have been made of. And there's definitely a spark of power in this thing. There's some magic.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, what are you going to do with it?
Well, she's not going to use it, obviously.
Yeah.
She just sort of just takes it. She doesn't really know where to keep it safe, but I guess the guild.
You could always go for the guild.
Could always go for the guild.
Brother Gangrel nods to you as you start to head out of the Temple of Corlon. Thank you.
She gives him a deep bow.
It has always been a pleasure to keep your company, and I am glad that you have come once again.
Same to you. The pleasure is mine.
Go with Corlon's grace, and you are...
And with your spirit.
And with your spirit. You are given leave by the kind of clerical codes of conduct to get the fuck out of there if you want. Because it's kind of...
she's getting the fuck out.
Yeah. So you take it over to the Adventurers Guild. Balbus is there. Nothis has not too long before now come in, kind of asked some weird leading questions and left. But that means that Balbus is awake. And he's currently just reading through a big old tome and notices you enter. Oh, Vanessa, hello.
Good day.
It's Wizard Grandpa time.
Visit Grandpa time.
Oh,
Vanessa perks up a bit.
what is it you have there?
Oh, it's the gauntlet that we
Yeah?
This is Nami's brain shutting off.
You
The gauntlet.
you You severed it from Granimus.
Well, she's not going to say that she severed it.
Procured.
We procured from Granimus.
Well, do you know what it does?
I don't know, and I don't care to know.
Well,
I would like to have quite little to do with it, actually.
he like leans forward in his rocking chair a little bit, kind of getting a nosy little look in his eyes. Well, if you insist, would you care to leave it in my capable hands?
I'm going to roll an insight.
Go for it. Yeah, he's just like, he's curious. Like, he is a scholar of the arcane in all of its forms, and he's like, ooh, new toy.
Ooh, new shiny thing.
Ooh, what's going on with this?
This looks fun.
Neat.
Vanessa will... she kind of hesitates, but she hands it over to him.
Thank you. Now let me see here. He looks it over and kind of gets this interested look in his eye. And you see this brief glow of blue pass from his hands into the gauntlet itself.
Mage hand?
No. Identify.
No. Oh.
Well, whatever it is, I can't say I've seen abjuration magic like this before. You said you didn't know what this did?
No.
Well, apparently it actually transfers offensive force into a temporary magical shield. He glances up at you, like trying to read your face for. Did she actually understand that?
Vanessa understood it, Nami doesn't.
He's basically saying, if you hit something with it, it'll generate a little shield for you.
Alright. Then we both got it.
Okay, cool. And you said you would like to leave this in our care?
Yes. Oh, and this as well. She takes out Boltz's belt.
Oh, that's quite the interesting.
The Bjolt, if you will.
The... Oh, fuck off. Well, I must say, I haven't received a donation of magical artifice like this in quite some time. I will be sure to look after them to the best of my ability.
Please safeguard them as best as you can. We don't want these getting into the wrong hands again.
Will do my level best.
Thank you.
Coming by, Vanessa.
It was a pleasure.
Oh, and don't forget, we can continue our lessons soon.
Vanessa gives him a nod.
He's looking over the two artifacts that you've given him as you kind of head towards the exit. Is there anything else you wanted to do with your downtime?
No.
Okay. Let me just find something real quick.
Mhm.
The next time you go to sleep, you don't wake up in your bed. Instead, you are somewhere cramped and dark. Like pitch black. What do you do?
What the heck? Vanessa's a bit startled. She starts like feeling around.
You are inside of a box, you think. It's vaguely rectangular, but it is so cramped, and it's so hard to breathe in here.
She tries to, like take some calming breaths.
The air is extremely
But
thin.
yeah, she's still a bit panicked, so she starts like knocking her hand against the wood. Like, hello?
You start rapping your knuckles against the wood next to you, just a steady. Probably getting a little bit panicked.
Mm-hmm.
And outside of this small box, you can hear kind of this startled noise and the shuffling of feet, which gets quicker the closer it gets. The lid to your coffin is opened, and the light outside, while still very dim, is blinding. But soon as your eyesight clears, you can see what you recognize as a candle. You see a elderly man, human, with a kind face, worry lines, and a very worried expression, but he seems huge to you.
Where am I? Who are you?
He tilts his head as if he doesn't really understand you. Just kind of reaches down around you.
What are you doing?
He scoops you out of your coffin and very, hesitantly holds you to his chest. And as he turns, you see your view of this room shift, and you are pointed towards a set of stairs, the way up towards a thin ray of sunshine leading out of this crypt. Vanessa, you wake up in a sweat. you are back in your bed at the Heaven's Glade Tavern, and I want to say that Vanessa, this is probably the first nightmare you've had in a while.
Yeah. Vanessa doesn't usually get nightmares.
And the strange thing is the kind of like panic leaves you because you've like sat up in bed, steadying yourself on your arms, like.
Yeah.
You realize that, man, your collarbone kind of feels sore.
Oh.
Roll me perception.
Perception. Ugh.
Just out of the corner of your eye, as you look down at, your kind of loose sleep clothing, you think, just for a second, that for a moment, your skin wasn't the usual dark brown. There was a glint of green to it.
Green?
Yeah. Along your collarbone. It's still sore, but it passes quickly enough. And you are left sitting there in bed.
Is there like a light source nearby? Because Vanessa will want to go to like the nearest like source of light and just like double check herself.
Yeah, you can quickly light a candle at your bedside and just kind of bring it up.
Yeah, that's what she does.
There is some light streaming through your window. It's still very dim morning light, so lighting a candle does brighten the place up quite a bit. You bring the candle up and kind of check out your collarbone where you thought you saw something, but it's just you. No green.
Vanessa is very disturbed by this development. She kind of just sets the candle down and just like stares off into the corner of her room, just thinking about like what the hell just happened.
The strangest part of all of that, the dream, the waking up, the kind of creepy feeling just out of the corner of your eye, is for whatever reason, Vanessa, you feel kind of powerful. Like, not consciously powerful, like, oh, I'm in control here, but just you feel the familiar ebb and flow of the weave as you've come to know it, just kind of coursing through your veins a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vanessa sits there as she's trying to like think about what happened, but also trying to calm herself. She's just letting like the weave sort of like pass over her like a wave.
It takes
Just like, yeah.
Yeah. It takes a little bit longer than the soreness did, but it too passes in time. And that's it. you're left to your devices, it is otherwise a normal day outside.
Hmm.
So, what is Vanessa going to do about that, if anything?
What? Vanessa's cursed. What can she do? I mean, Vanessa's very just like she goes about her day, but like she's very like just still disturbed about the whole thing. I think maybe she'll go talk to Balbus about it.
You might have just been seeing something. Maybe something you ate the night before didn't agree with you.
Maybe.
You head to Balbus, but he's not any help. Really, he's an adherent of Savras, the god of divination and clerical knowledge, but he just kind of laughs it off a little bit, like, oh yes, admittedly, some dreams and nightmares are prophetic or something of the sort, but it sounds like quite the peculiar dream you have there. You haven't had this before?
No, I don't. I don't usually get nightmares. Usually my dreams are just vague and nonsensical.
Well, it may have been something to do with that adventure you went on recently. It sounds like you had quite the poor time in the crypt, so perhaps that has something to do with it? A bit of a related phenomenon?
Perhaps some lingering stress.
I think that might be the case. Listen, Vanessa, we can delay our lesson for a few days while you get some rest. Sounds as though you need it.
Perhaps so.
And he gives you an earnest little smile. Well, in that case, I will leave you to it. Please, do call me up if you need anything, okay?
Thank you.
And I think that is a good spot to end Vanessa's side plot.
Yeah. The hell?
Oh, you know.
Shrek the movie.
Oh, you know.
Oh, Shrek? Shrek? Fiona?
Shrek? Fiona?
Fiona, is that you? Why couldn't I get a higher perception? I want to know. I want to know.
There's the brakes, bro.
Next time I'm doing fucking what is it again? Wild magic?
Do magic.
Oh
Do
my
magic.
god. So that leaves one motherfucker.
Hi.
Hey, AJ. So Oswald, man about town.
Yeah.
He has just gotten to Shadowbrooke. He has finally gotten cleaned up after that whole fucking debacle. And
Yeah.
he is now free to go about whatever business he wants in town. And I have to ask, what business is that?
God, Jesus, I have no idea. Probably, probably just looking around. I don't know, getting a lay of the town. I think it's definitely very different. I think, obviously going to the Adventurers Guild, that gives them some future prospects, but at the moment it's kind of like, all right, well, we're settled here. That's weird. I don't think he's used to being so not stable. What's the word? Stationary.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the longest he's spent on land for a while now.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. So I think he's just getting a lay of Shadowbrooke, essentially, just figuring things out, checking out all their
It is way smaller than Musk.
for sure.
And it is remarkably just about as kind of like multicultural as Luskin as well. You see tieflings, you see half orcs, orcs, a wide variety of different races and ethnic groups from across the continent. All of them just sort of piled into Shadowbrooke alongside some more generic humans. It seems like there's a lot of people moving here.
Yeah.
Moving in and out, just sort of hanging around, but not enough that it's like, oh, there's a huge threat that somebody is going to come after me.
Yeah, it just seems like there's some hustle and bustle.
There's some hustle and bustle. There is indeed some hustle and bustle.
Mm-hmm.
You get a pretty good read on the place, and of course, over a night with tracking Lucia, you also know that there is some thievery active in this town.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose that's something that I can pursue. I think Oswald would want to stay out of hot water for the time being, but I think he is relatively curious. I think his plan kind of is to lay low relatively, but try to get as much information generally about the town, the people, the goings on, as he can without sticking his neck out.
Yeah. Well, you know where there's one really good place to like collect gossip about the town?
Where?
The fucking bar.
Yes, bro. Reading my mind. Reading Oswald's mind. Because that's definitely a go-to. If there's more than one, he's probably been to all of them at least thrice.
Yeah, he is a barfly through and through.
Yep.
And Shadowbrooke has a pretty good variety, actually, because there is a lot of multiculturalism here. It's kind of a melting pot. There are pretty wide varieties of imports and various outside alcohol. There is, on the upper end of stuff, some Evermead, all the way from the elven kingdom of Evermeet. There is some fiery ale, pale mead. It's some pretty wide-ranging stuff. You can pretty much pick your poison around here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, my man's a man of class.
Oh, a man of class, a connoisseur.
Yup.
And you probably have a chance to spend a fair chunk of change. Just sort of getting into town, hanging out.
Yeah.
You do kind of like traffic around the various bars for a while, and it is a fairly pleasant experience. You do learn that Shadowbrooke is kind of rife with adventurous explorer types, some of which talk a big fucking name, but can't really measure up. You see some kind of like flaunting very minor treasures that they've found and celebrating it nonetheless. You see some that have clearly gotten a bit like harder on their luck. Occasionally you will see one or two people kind of talking in hushed tones about, oh, further out in the forest there's some creepy shit and such and so on.
Yeah.
But the town itself seems to be perfectly stable. The
Hmm.
town guard is pretty weak around here, from what you can tell.
Yeah.
Aside from the Adventurers Guild, there's not a ton of regulation around here, so
Yeah, I imagine Oswald has probably picked some pockets along the way, but you know,
you can try if you would like, which would be a sleight of hand check.
I can, and I'll give it a shot. We'll see how that goes. Probably not great, knowing myself.
I'm
Thank-
going to say that because you are like a trained thief,
Yeah.
I'm not going to have that result in you getting your lights punched out.
Yeah.
Instead, that's just going to be like it's some meager pickings. You get like
Yeah.
some pocket lint and a couple copper.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After a while, though, how low of a profile does Oswald keep?
I think in the meantime, low enough because I don't think he's definitely not a land body, or at least he hasn't been in a long time, in like over a decade. So it's definitely new. It's a new place, and it's kind of a new way of life because he's kind of gotten used to being out on the sea. You know, he's the boss. He's in charge. So I think he's definitely trying to keep a low profile.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely keep a relatively low profile. I would like you to make a stealth check.
Alrighty, we'll see how that goes.
You do, on one occasion during your search of Shadowbrooke, come across a slightly familiar face. Someone actually from your old gambling days in Colfate Harbor. And Neril was never the type of guy to be particularly perceptive, especially not when he is clearly drunk out of his mind. But
Yeah.
He might have recognized you if you didn't catch him out of the corner of your eye first and slip
Yeah.
into the crowds.
Whew. All right, that's scary. Can I get the name?
Neril. Naril.
All right. Yeah.
Never very good at cards, that one.
Yeah, definitely not.
So, is there anything else you would like to do for your downtime?
I really don't know. I just got, hey, I'm new in town. I'm gay. Give me $10.
I am homeless. I am gay. I have AIDS. I'm new in town.
I'm new in town. That's it. Like, I don't know. I can't think of anything.
All right. In that case, we can head straight to your side plot.
Oh.
So, Oswald, you've been looking to become a bard, yes?
Yes.
He's been looking like, man, bardic magic would be kind of cool.
Yeah, it would be kind of cool, and I imagine he's already, pretty fond of strings. Can play almost anything with strings.
During some of your bar hopping, you do come across something rather interesting. At one of the upper scale establishments that you have frequented during your kind of hedonistic indulgence now that you're in the new town, there is a musical act playing. And funnily enough, this dude's got some like magic weaved into his act.
Huh.
An animated instrument floats next to him on either side. On one, a lute. On the other, a set of drums. While he himself plays a violin. And it is actually a pretty nice tune.
Yeah.
Kind of providing some cultured background music to this very pleasant blue blood sort of establishment.
Yeah.
And you gotta say, this guy, he's kind of hot.
Yeah.
He is an elven man. This platinum blonde hair, styled on one side of his head, long ears, kind of aristocratic build to his face, and some clothes that you gotta say, they look stupidly expensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a bit like mismatched in color scheme, but when you have like a solid fucking enough money, just fucking enough money, you can style yourself however the fuck you want.
Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter. Has this been like a regular act, or is this like I've walked in here on a particular day and there just so happened to be this gentleman, or is this kind of like a regular every so often?
This is something that you have walked in on a particular day.
Okay.
This is the first time you've seen him. You've probably been in here about 3 times or so.
Yeah. Alrighty. Does he have like a crowd gathered around him or anything, or is he
absolutely does. He has a small crowd of, in this case, not like clamoring fans, but like some guys who are definitely like vibing with him.
Yeah. Hell yeah. All right. I think. Well, I figured it's kind of interesting, something different. Handsome man playing some music, like that a lot. Also, it's gonna kind of mingle in that crowd, just kind of watch. He's not really, nothing's kind of really going on in his mind. It's just kind of, yeah, all right, it's pretty neat, it's pretty cool. I don't know, just yeah, I think he's just pondering, peering. I don't know, like what are the folks in this establishment kind of like? Does Oswald's vibe kind of like jive with theirs, or does he definitely look like, hey, you kind of look like some punk ass dude?
He looks a fair bit scruffier than the usual clientele. It's not difficult to differentiate him from the crowd. The clientele, however, is mostly human and elven. Some half elves, half orc or two here and there, but nothing particularly as vibrant as the streets outside.
Definitely. All right. Yeah.
So, what sort of mingling are you doing exactly?
Probably just like grabbed a glass off the bar, just kind of not actually really drinking it, just kind of. I imagine like people are kind of not super gathered, but like are kind of like clapping and like just being all jolly with this whole, fucking debacle, this whole show.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like watching, and I think he's definitely not like, he's definitely not like off his rock or like wasted or anything. He probably hasn't even taken a sip, to be honest. He's just watching. He's kind of, I think he looks a little too, like he's analyzing everything a bit too much. Definitely not paranoid, but just kind of, he doesn't look like someone who's there to kind of hang out. I think at that point, it's just kind of like something is actually like, piqued his interest. I think he might stick out a little bit, but he kind of doesn't realize it because he's actually kind of focusing. It's hyper-focusing.
I have a very important question for you, and that is...
I'm afraid.
So his symbol of office, pretty much, his blackjack that he keeps for, having been the first mate of the Lucille.
Yes.
Does he keep that on his person in any sort of a notable spot? Does he keep looking kind of like a pirate?
Like, you know what? Like he does. I think I've tossed in a couple of drawings of him in like casual clothes, but I still think it's relatively piratey. I don't think it's like intentional, but I think he's very comfortable like that.
Yeah.
And I think it's like his idea of elegance, kind of.
Low
It's not
cut
like
shirts and very breezy breeches.
yep, yeah. He's about it. Like he's definitely. I don't think cut from the same cloth as everyone in here, but he's definitely yeah. He's definitely he's seen some shit. Not in like a oh man you're fucked up, but just kind of like a okay. Yeah, all right. You look like you're ready to throw down, but you know you haven't thrown down.
Could you, by any chance, make me a perception check?
Let's go. I'm so scared. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Go.
You see
I'm busting my balls.
the performer's eyes flit to you for a second, but
Hmm.
it's probably just like looking out among the crowd.
Yeah.
Eventually, he does wrap up his set. The animated instruments gently lowering themselves to the stage around him and just kind of going inert. He takes a low bow and kind of gives some platitudes to the crowds that are drowned out by clapping and cheers and so on.
Yeah.
And he glances your way before he collects his things and heads out the back entrance to the town.
I want to note that Oswald is definitely not taking a single sip from the glass that he is holding. He's almost just holding it to look like he should be there. Immediately puts it down.
Almost everybody has like taken that line of bullshit, no problem.
Yeah, definitely. His interest has definitely been piqued. He's not seen this gentleman before. I think this guy is very I don't want to say like compared to everyone else, because I think, like you said earlier, it's definitely very kind of like mixed, just a whole bunch of, like people from all walks of life. But he seems definitely a bit higher on the ladder in terms of cash money.
Yeah.
But also just that kind of was enchanting. I think Oswald might try to be a little sneaky and not follow, but kind of like, where is this guy going? Like, where is he heading?
Just
Where
like
the hell did he go?
Peek out after him, kind of like get the lay of the land.
Definitely.
All right. So you want to sneakily do so?
Yes, I do.
Roll me stealth. So you sneak out the back door, just sort of slip out in the commotion that is the floor of an active tavern. And you see the performer heading down the alley towards a deeper alley, actually. Not towards the main street where you might have expected him to go towards.
It's always good. That's good. Well, now I'm just like, well, okay. Yeah, definitely.
So do you follow him?
Oh, absolutely.
You follow him around a corner and then another corner into this small maze of alleyways between the various places in this tavern district.
Well, not this particular set of kind of like alleyways or anything, but like, is this something that Oswald's kind of like, yeah, this is like regular, oh, this is kind of a particular place in town I haven't really been to?
This is a twist of alleys between a number of inns around here. And you haven't traveled this particular little back way before, but you're not sure where it's headed exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Is this gentleman still like in my sights relatively, or am I kind of like going with my gut following him?
You are able to keep him in your sights. I'm going to ask, how closely are you following him?
I think just enough so every time he turns a corner, I am turning the corner like right behind him so that like let's say he like does stop at any point, I can just kind of take a single step back and like be, you know, behind the other wall that he just like turned.
All right. You turn another corner, and this time you do not actually see him.
Yeah.
What do you do? Like at the end of this next little pathway, there's obviously a turn up ahead, but you don't see him.
I want to say Oswald would proceed, but I think, you know, kind of pause for a second. That's strange, you know. But this just seemed like some fancy pants, you know, performing act. So, well, if he lost sight of him, I mean, he lost sight of him. So, you know, probably seems a bit like, you know, but would continue.
You get about halfway down the alleyway.
Uh-huh.
And then you feel the uncomfortably familiar sensation of the point of a sword at the small of your back.
That's good.
You from Luskin? Because you certainly look the part.
Well, may I ask the pleasure of who's asking?
Call me an interested party. You seem to be particularly curious. And I would like to know why.
I'm just a gentleman bar hopping today. I don't know what in particular made you think any of all this nonsense.
Well, generally, folks that are bar hopping don't follow people around 6 turns and a bunch of alleyways.
Huh. Do I see this guy, or am I just kind of, because I imagine if
you do not see him.
Okay,
you
yeah.
Still feel the point of a sword in your back.
Is it kind of like I shouldn't turn my head whatsoever?
You can at least assume that, because that is kind of the vibe that you've gotten from
that's the
this
vibe.
sort of situation before.
Yeah. Alrighty. Okay. All right. Oh God. Like I feel like part of him, his brain is kind of like fired off in the, oh God, what she said is like she wasn't bluffing. That's like the first place his mind is gone. He's trying to kind of keep calm though, just kind of
keep frosty.
Yeah, keep frosty. It's just, you know, I was just interested in a gentleman's act. Just wanted to, never seen the fella before. That's all.
And if I might be so bold as to ask, why might you be interested in that act?
What can I say? Good-looking gentleman always gets my heart.
Question.
Yes.
What is Oswald currently like actually thinking? What's his vibe?
Try to kind of seem just like some regular like degen to kind of like get this guy to really kind of be like, whatever, this guy's all talk. He acts like he's tough shit, but he's not. So that in a minute he can like escape somehow. His mind is like, run. This is she kept her word. This is what this is. That's where his mind is.
The point of the sword at the small of your back presses in just a little bit more. I do appreciate the appreciation of good art, but I do have to advise you that that is a really shitty explanation. You want
I'm
to
new
try
in
again?
town, buddy. I'm new in town. What can I say?
So, new in town, you look like a pirate. You come after a random performer in a tavern. What's on your
And
mind?
what's you know what's on my mind? What is it to a fella like you?
Matters of life and death? You know, the usual.
Well, I wouldn't say this is a matter of life and death.
Now, when I asked you if you are from Lusian, my real question is, did you come here looking for somebody, or what are you thinking?
Definitely not looking for anybody. Looking for a place. This is that place. That's it.
Is he lying at all?
No, he really just wanted to come to Shadowbrooke. That's it. He's not looking for anybody, looking to run away, but like that's not something explicitly he's gonna say. It's just looking for a place. This is that place. That is all.
You feel just a bit of hesitation through the point of the sword before it draws back. And it is replaced by a hand on your shoulder.
What?
Oh, gotta say, I was kind of scared for that, like just for a second. And you hear the snap of fingers right next to you as from just like thin air, the performer from earlier reappears directly to your left. Okay. Gotta say, you had me freaked out there for a second.
What? Yeah. You're.
Yeah.
Hold on.
What's up?
What the hell was all that about? You're the.
Listen. I get people tailing me sometimes.
Oh,
You can never be too cautious, you know?
what? I mean, sure, yeah, I was following you, but I wasn't gonna fucking rob you.
I cannot assume that. You know.
All right. I mean, that's fair, but
Listen. I've been to Luskin, and I gotta say, not my ideal summer home.
I mean, it certainly isn't. Wasn't mine either.
At that, I can agree. So anyway, what you in town for, man? What you looking for? This guy has this real glib attitude. He's just got a smile on his face. He's something.
Yeah, I think Oswald's kind of like his jaw's kind of on the floor, like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Where am I? He really didn't think his guard was down that much that this guy could do what he did. And I think part of him is like, how did you you were and I was.
Oh yeah, you were. But then I was all like, and he takes his free hand and from over his back he draws out the violin that he was playing just a minute ago in the tavern. Just a couple plucks here and there, and he demonstrates by removing his hand from your shoulder and plucking the strings, and he just vanishes into thin air.
I see. That's
I'm still here.
Yeah. I figured.
And he snaps his fingers and hops back into reality. This time with the violin back on his back and him just leaning up against a wall looking at you. He's got some style, this guy.
Yeah, I certainly did not expect to find somebody like you somewhere at some fancy pants bar in some town in the middle of nowhere.
I get that a lot more than you'd think.
I'm sure you do. I am sure you do.
So anyway, you looking to get out of Luskin, huh?
Got out of Luskin, and this is currently where I'm situated.
I gotta say, pretty good choice of place. Pretty good choice of place. Any specific stuff brought you to Shadowbrooke in particular, or?
Well, it depends. Who's asking?
You may refer to me as Prince Wimbledon. And he takes this long, exaggerated bow.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I don't want to say like he laughs, but like there's definitely this kind of like no way from Oswald. Not that he knows him, but just Prince Wimbledon.
Well, of course.
Prince of where?
Prince of Evermead. Long story on how I got over here. It's basically like a exchange program. They sent me out to the mainland, had me learn a bunch of things about the outside world. You know, just...
Yeah. And so you ended up somewhere here.
Very interesting place out here.
It certainly is. And I figure now that's why you're here. Well, if I was you, I wouldn't be in a place like this, but to each their own.
I gotta say, this place is very colorful.
It certainly is.
Not least for the sort of people I see passing through.
Yeah, do you do that little act with plenty of folks?
Oh, not too often actually. Usually I don't have people like tailing me down alleyways. I generally keep to the more upscale establishments. You know how it is.
Look, I happen to never see you before, and you didn't look like you were cut from the same cloth as those other schmucks in that joint.
That is correct. I absolutely am not. Why do you ask? And he gives you a slightly knowing grin.
As if he didn't just call him handsome like a minute ago. He's just... I think he opens his mouth to speak, but he kind of like has to shake his head because he's at a loss himself. He's just, he's like, well, stab me. I just thought you were quite interesting. Definitely didn't, have that same vibe.
Let me guess. Didn't look like a room?
Yes. You're different. You seemed pretty different. And, shoot me for saying I was curious.
I'm gonna not shoot you if that's cool.
That was rhetorical, but
yeah, I was kind of hoping so, because I gotta say, really would cramp my style.
Well, I imagine it would.
Yeah. So, I do want to ask, you seem pretty surprised by the fact that I can literally just do magic. What, does that not happen too often where you're from, or?
Well, more kind of that you got the drop on me.
Yeah, plenty of practice.
Yeah, that hasn't happened in a long time, and, well, I gotta say, I'm 10 times more interested than I was when I first saw you in that tavern.
You're interested, huh? Now, I might ask you what exactly you're interested in.
I think he has to tap his chin because he could just several things, but I guess mainly at the moment, how the hell you did that?
looks you head to toe, kind of tapping his chin. I have the strangest feeling that you might have just a little spark of potential. Now, I will have to ask for something in return, but would I be particularly off base in saying that you have some interest in bardic magic?
Well, if first, if that's the nonsense that you pulled, then I certainly am. Second, what is it that you want?
Listen. So, all these bars around here give some interesting stuff here and there, right?
Yes.
What I need is simple. You hear anything particularly interesting, some hot dogs? Drop by my place, let me know what it is.
And where is your place?
I think. And he gives you another, like, kind of look.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might just be able to show you. Now, before we do go, I do have to emphasize that, well, bardic magic isn't for everyone. You have to have a certain panache, a certain je ne sais quoi.
Pardon?
You have to have style.
Style? Well, I like to think I've got plenty of that.
That remains to be seen. But in the meantime, let's go put that to the test. And he hops off the wall and kind of beckons you very, very nonchalantly with one hand and starts off towards another area of town.
All right, well, I don't have to follow him whole, like, alleyways down, so...
Yeah. This time you follow him directly. And over a couple of minutes, like 10, 15 minutes, he brings you to a relatively small, unassuming loft house that is a foot or two off the cobblestone path, raised on a foundation. There's a small set of stairs leading up to the door, and he hops on up and opens it wide for you, taking another bow in the process.
What a gentleman.
Come on in.
Alrighty, well, he heads on in.
You are introduced to the interior of Prince Wimbledon's home. It is not as garishly decorated as you might have expected. Nice place. Kind of standard. Like, definitely affluent, but not ridiculous.
Yeah,
and
not
eccentric.
obnoxious. Yeah.
He offers you a seat in an armchair, kind of just sitting around a fireplace, and plops down in the one opposite it.
Could I, and like myself, AJ, I'm pretty sure there's nothing, but I would like to emphasize that there's some kind of like, all right, well, you kind of did some crazy fucky-wucky magic. I'm in your home. I've gone pretty far at this point. I should have thought earlier, you're not gonna kill me, right? So I think he'd like to kind of like, I'd like to like roll perception to kind of be like, oh, he's
roll insight. Is this man going to kill me?
Or insight. Yeah, is this man gonna kill me? Or that one? Yeah. Sorry. Is this man gonna kill me? Do not know.
Not that you can, like,
Yeah.
figure, like, you're pretty sure he's not going to kill you. You're
Yeah.
like, let's say 90% sure he's not going to kill you.
Well, you know, that 10% is really bugging him, but he is gonna sit down. I think he definitely has that flicker of kind of like, all right, you're a bit cordial, but you know, definitely takes a seat.
So anyway, bardic magic. The entire idea behind it is the manipulation of emotions, kind of the air in the room. Like if you play a particularly inspiring tune, you can draw some power from the, you know, what do you call it? The opinions of those around you. And if you're good enough at it, and you have the right touch, you can even draw it from yourself.
I see.
And I gotta say, one of the best ways to draw out power is from the emotion of just audacity.
Yeah.
Like, doing something ridiculous and watching people's reactions, that is prime bardic power.
Yeah. I'm sure you're aware.
Oh, absolutely. I have plenty of tales to tell. But anyway, you want to figure out how to use it, to understand it? What's going on there, man?
I suppose a bit of both. Kind of feel a bit vulnerable knowing that you managed to get the drop on someone like me. That hasn't happened in, nearly a decade, I'd say.
Oh, well, that is pretty high praise for yourself, gotta say.
Yeah, pretends Granimus never fucking happened. That didn't happen. He's not thinking about it. He's just patting his own ass. It's fine.
Well, the reason I was able to get the drop on you was because of a little spell called invisibility, but frankly, I could have done it a lot easier than that if I really wanted.
Alright, well, explain it to me then.
Oh, illusions, charm spells, enchantments, there are some wild things you can pull. You looking to find out? Or...
Well, I've come this far, haven't I?
That you have. In that case, you know how to play an instrument, my guy? Actually, here's a question. What's your name?
That is a good question.
I like to think I suppose. So?
Sometimes. The name's Oswald. Rubicava.
Rubicava. All right. In that case, Oswald, you know how to play an instrument, my guy?
Yeah, I'm gonna say most strings, actually.
That is fantastic. Listen. You ever thought about taking up the violin?
I've played quite a few in my day.
I think we're gonna get along just fine, Oswald. He offers you a kind of like old violin that he has just sort of had lying around, an old practice violin.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
He does actually teach you kind of like the basics of bardic magic, drawing from the emotions of others and dealing with the emotions of others with power, stuff like that. And all he asks in return is that you do a little bit of casual spying for him, pretty much.
He's good at that.
Basically, if you hear anything and you're carousing, or you find any, evidence of some pretty major stuff happening, just
Yeah.
give them a little call.
Yeah.
Let them know. And if you do pretty well at that, there might be some additional bardic teachings in your future.
Bro, oh my god.
Congratulations! You have Prince Wimbledon as your teacher.
Hell yes.
God have mercy on your soul.
God, I stan him. Number one Wimbledon stan right here.
Does Oswald get a complimentary T-shirt?
Yeah, this.
No, he does not.
No, he doesn't. He's
Damn
normal.
it.
He's normal.
He does not get a complimentary T-shirt. But I
Oswald-
like to think that at some point Oswald will see Molly just sort of hanging out near bedtime in a
Yeah.
Prince Wimbledon is my boyfriend T-shirt, and he's just going to make
Yeah.
the exact face from Tails Gets Trolled.
Yeah, definitely.
What?
Yeah, that's the shirt that she's wearing in the one drawing I did of them sleeping. That's yeah. He definitely made that face though before that. It's like, what? Everyone wears it at least once, and that he sees, and he's like, what the fuck?
Are they all fans?
Are they all like,
Oh
Is
no,
he-
they just helped me and watched me fall in the dirt.
well, I'm sure that was pretty graceful.
I have a pretty wild life. And yeah, so that is Oswald's side plot. I hope you enjoyed the first time you got to participate in one of these.
Yeah. I'm so glad that Prince Wimbledon pretended to almost stab me.
Yeah, he definitely could have if you had done things wrong. So good
Dude.
job on not doing that.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So
Hell yeah.
I think that is a good spot to end the session because I have actually completed everybody's side plots and I've been running for 5.5 hours.
You have been doing that.
My throat is so dry.
All right. You gotta rest.
I need to go rest, but I love all of you.
And thank you everyone who tuned in tonight. It has been wonderful, and I will see y'all next time.